There's a drawer somewhere full of that shit.
You know, it's like this. It's like my, you know, and he's right. Absolutely right. But this is how I rate a book. And I did it to a Lasmat. I got through like 12 pages of a book and I put it down. I haven't read it. I still haven't finished it. I was like, yeah, that's a pretty good book, man. He's like, what? And I'm like, I don't need to read anymore. It was good. It was good. I got through like 2 pages of Shane's Inglorious Rex and I was like, this is shit. Can't do it.
That's high praise, folks. That's high praise.
That's if I can't even, you know, because don't expect. I'm probably not going to finish your book, especially if there's a lot of words in it. I'm not going to finish it.
Words are hard. That's fair. Yeah.
Yeah, they're hard, man.
I can't sleep, 'cause it's burning deep inside, like gasoline on fire running wild. No more fear, 'cause I'm getting closer now. So hungry, but I like it anyhow. I go faster and faster and faster and faster and faster and faster and faster.
Good evening, all you chuds in the chats. All of you is always ready to throw your, or rather, chuck your spears at me. I see that you've given it a rest for one day. So thank you for allowing me to live. And thank you for one day of no bloodshed. But to answer Colin Lambin's question, he had a question. He says, well, Lasmat, why does Road Warrior Drake wear a furry thong? He doesn't. It's like a furry pouch he wears around his waist. He still wears his military pants. So no degeneracy in the Road Warrior Drake books. But welcome everybody to a boring Communitah draw stream. So if you're here to have fun, you're in the wrong place. Let me tell you right now. We're not here to have fun. You're here to watch me draw and bore the living snot out of you. So if you have questions about your life, this is probably not the stream to be in because you'll have those questions answered and it'll be done by the river. So please do yourself a favor and don't engage in that because I don't want you to get hurt or anything like that. So yes, I am yours truly, Elasbat, and I'm here to engage, indulge, and entertain you with my wonderful, my beautiful drawing skills. And yes, they're beautiful. Anyone says otherwise, they're gonna get hurt by me. I promise. I'll swear a lot. Anyway, inshallah. But yeah, and that's right, Monomic. It's no fun. This is not. You're not here to have fun. If you think you're here to have fun, let me help you right now. Go somewhere else because you're not here to have fun at all. I'm just here to encourage your trip to the stream, to the river. That is down by the river. That's what this is about. So no memes allowed since there's no map. I mean, no, you're not allowed to have fun here. There's no fun in the stream. That's why I called the boring Communitah draw stream. Now, what am I drawing? Well, I posted the Cthulhu drawing that I did up via Stiple out on X, and it's gotten a lot of engagement, and people are talking about it. So I think I'm onto something with this Stiple Storytime comic that I'm doing. Road Warrior Drake, Stiple Storytime #1, about 24 plus pages. So this will be the second page I'll be stippling. Johnny Randall says only born people get bored. Bring it on. Okay, there we go. So he's a warrior. We gotta confirm warrior in the chat. So yes, we're gonna troop it on. Blasey one says fuck fun. This is a lasma. See, he gets it. Blasey one understands. He gets it. Wait, what is that? Wait a minute. What is that supposed to mean? Oh, wait, you know what? Never mind. That's part of the brain. I guess I have to allow it. But yeah, no fun. Just pure boredom. And just, please don't be depressed because I am going to not assume any liability if you're already depressed. So you can't put that upon me. I won't allow it. So I'm drawing a page. I spent the last hour or so just penciling it. But I'm going to stipulate for the stream. So, yes, we are here. We're going to have absolutely no fun. Going to boom the snot out of it. I guess before I do draw, let me just say hi to the chat quickly. I said hi to a few people, but let me say hi to a few more. I did see Fascist Kirk in the chat. How you doing, Kirk? Welcome to the stream. Who else is here? I did say hi to Colin. So you can't say I didn't say hi to him. Oh, Ozaker, of course, the premier spear chucker. He's here. Linkovich is here. Ready to chuck spears. Jabbage is in the chat. Starting trouble already. I see what you did to Jabbage. We got Mean Lord Woodrow. He's in the chat ready to hurt people with spears. Colorform, trying to recruit members of her Formita cult. We had an incident on yesterday's stream with the new cult, the Kriskanites. Hopefully, we won't get any of that today because I have to deal with two cults. No, I had to deal with one cult. I don't want to deal with a second cult. So let's stick to one cult. Timothy, part of the band zone. Timothy, he's in the chat. So, and Kirk is already violating. You know the rules, Kirk. There's no ruffling. So the rules are you can't ruffle, you can't limbao, you can't lamau. Any variation of laughing is inexcusable. It's not allowed here. So please obey the terms of services that we may be found in favor of somebody or other. Don't know who cares. Anyway, I'm here to draw now. I'm going to stipple. So I'm stippling a page. This is the second page I am stippling. Let's see if I can bring it closer. The second page I'm stippling for the Roadwarrior Drake Storytime Stipple. For Stipple Storytime. And it's a one-off. It's a one-off. It's a one-shot page. It's not like an ongoing series. There'll be a series of one-off featuring the ever-growing world of Road Warrior Drake and a whole bunch of cast of characters. So this story will have a particular character who challenges Drake to a fight. So actions, lots of action sequences in this movie. Well, I'll tell you more like fight sequences. And oh, we got a $5 super chat from Blasey1. Thank you for the $5, my friend. I appreciate that. He says, Stippling Vaughn for Vanessa's chat, rest in peace, would kill to be on the stream. He stippled nonstop for years. Yeah, you're the second person to mention that about Stippling Vaughn. Maybe I should I don't know, maybe I should bring him on at some point. Maybe I should contact him and say, hey, you know what? I hear you like stippling. Maybe you want to come on stream. We could do some stippling pieces together. Do like a little stippling uh brigade. Maybe it comes something called the Stipple Brothers, you know? I totally made that up, so please don't hold me to it, but um I guess you're onto something there. Maybe I should. People miss the chat. People miss Vanessa's chat. They miss Leroy's show. They miss the Nobody Gives a Damn awards, you know? Cause fucking prima donna uh quote unquote professionals had to ruin it for the fans. Cause, you know, fuck the fans, right? So maybe maybe a slow return to that. I'll reach out to Stiple Vaughn. I'll give him a DM at some point, or if you guys want to reach out to him, and you know, maybe I'll bring him on. Maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll do that. If that's what the chat wants, and they find my ass way too boring, sure, I'll get Stippling Vaughn in here, and we'll probably make it a good night, a weekly thing. Yeah, I know I said the W for the R. I know, I did. I'm not gonna beat those allegations anytime soon with the OAS Matt. So you know, I was listening to some sound clips from previous streams from the Dungeoneers EFAP stuff, specifically, or specifically, John Malin, and God, he's so insufferable. Like he is really feminine. He really is. So while I was doing that and preparing, you know, clips from my Dungeoneers documentary response video, I'm like, you know what? Maybe I should do a draw stream and just draw. I like drawing. I do. I really like drawing. I know some people don't like it. It just makes me like it even more. I know I'm a mean person. I'm a bastard. Johnny Randall says, once you get a collection of 3 stories, you can publish Roadwarrior Drake Triple Stipple. Holy mackerel. You're onto something. But does that mean if I call it that I have to credit you, though? Do I have to pay you residuals? How about I just credit you? Say, hey, special thanks to Johnny Randall for the title. For the community service he provided in giving me the title. I don't know. We'll see. Kirk Fash says, Roadwarrior Drake is a great comic, but the super secret hidden animated origin story is the bee's knees. Oh, yes. The you mean the unofficial Storytime, which yes, yes. People like it. I know people like it. Genius needs no acknowledgement, says Johnny Randall. Hell. Maybe that's why nobody talks about me, because they acknowledge. By nobody talking about me, they acknowledge that I am great. So you're onto something there. That's what it is. When nobody mentions me on the stream, they've acknowledged that I am greatness. I'm an influence. I really am. I'm your generation's Tom McFarlane for a reason. How many people watching? Let me check the stats. We are at 9 people watching. Okay, 9 for a Tuesday. Not bad for a draw stream. Although these draw streams kick up usually in the second hour. I don't know if it's because of YouTube's notifications or the word gets out that hey, the stream's actually kind of interesting. You should come check it out. But with these draw streams, I am trying to get people just hanging in the chat, and instead of seeing me play a dumb video game or watching stupid videos that have absolutely nothing to do with anything on hand, I figured why not just watch a drawing, some artwork being done. Since the reason we are all here in the first place is because of our love for comics and our love for art. So Because why not? Why not? Greatness incarnate, says Desert Nomad. I am. I am like, it's people see me and they're like, you know what? I want to be like Elasmat. He's influential in his space. He's definitely a pioneer, and I want to be just like him. And I hear that, I'm like, you know what? I that's a lot of praise and a lot of pressure, but I appreciate it. But let's go have a coffee and let's talk about this. And then we can make something and save comics, and then I could be your Tom McFarlane, and you guys could talk about me, and there we go. And you don't got to ever worry about buying me cheesecake because I'll have money to buy my own cheesecake. So that's how this. See how this works? Shit, I wish I had cheesecake right now. Fuck, I shouldn't have brought it up. Actually, I was working on Sunday for my day job. Sometimes I do a weekend if it calls for it. So I was working on Sunday, and I was doing a presentation for a church, and they had homemade blueberry cheesecake. I'm not joking when I say it was terroristic. You can't make a cheesecake that good and not have me take seconds and thirds, possibly fourths. I ain't confessing to any of it, but it happened. But I did enjoy going to the church though. I will admit. But that cheesecake was the bomb. Oh yeah, I'm making sure you guys want to do it. So I'm doing this now. Yeah, that cheesecake was the bomb. You just want me here to. You just want to hear me say the hard R. It says color form. No color form. I don't want you to say nothing. You gotta go. You gotta say nothing. Yes, Colin. Check out the Emerald Man Omnibus on Amazon. All of us are heading to Amazon with our completed works. Emerald Man is a fun comic series that was being worked on by Colin, and now he compiled it together to do an omnibus of it, which you can get now on Amazon. I still have to get it, so that's on my wish list. The last couple of weeks have been killing me financially, though. So some things I want to get I haven't been able to get, like Volume 2 of the Transformers ID'd up Image, the Energon series. I have to get Volume 2 of that because I have Volume 1, so I gotta get Volume 2. But yeah, I want to get Emerald Man and uh, the Guyver Dark Hero is on its way to Blu-ray Steelbook case with all kinds of special features. I want to get that. Dolph Lundgren's Masters of the Universe also headed for a Blu-ray box set, so I want to get that. And yes, I promised him, so I got to get the Melvin too from Tommy the Olsen. I have to get Melvin because I said I would get it for him. I don't care if it's hardly color form. It's in my chat, therefore I can address it. So whatever you put in the chat, I can talk about it. Okay, colors. Shit. No, I don't want you to say the hard R. How about that color form? How about I don't want you to say the hard R? And you're not gonna say it because you're just not gonna do that. So there. Let's see here. Okay. So I'm starting with the middle page because it's a Roadwarrior Drake solo shot, so that'll be cool for the stream. Oh no, the tower. The tower. Allah damn it, the tower. Saved by an extra letter. Whew. Now the question is, will I finish this page today? Most likely not. The stipple does take a little bit of time, like at least 2 days per page if I'm doing the stippling. But that's okay. I don't mind it. I did tell people this will probably be ready for a late 2026 release, like probably December, maybe earlier. But I'm eyeing a December release for this book, just because um, I'm not just doing this. I'm doing the Pumpkin War Patch issue number 3, and I'll be doing Pumpkin War Patch for the rest of the year. So I'm trying to do. I'll probably have maybe up to like maybe 6 issues, probably 6 issues done for Pumpkin War Patch before the end of the year, and the goal is 12. So, um, if I'm able to finish the entire series before fall of next year, then I have enough to do an omnibus after that. But you're still gonna want to get the floppies because, um, they're just cool to have. Johnny Randall says, "I'm hyped for the new SGM book, The Last Driver, Issue 1, releases August 19th. I think I'm kind of slow, but what is SGM? I'm having a moment, so you'll have to forgive me. But what is SGM? Oh, is it Sean Gordon Murphy? Sean Gordon Murray. Sean Gordon Murray. I'm sorry. Yeah, Sean. Okay, The Last Driver. I got you. Okay. I answered my own question. There you go. Like I said, I had a moment, but I saved myself. When are we meeting Pumpkin War Patch's sister Squash? She doesn't have a sister. Colin. She doesn't have a sister. Hail to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Hopefully you guys are having a decent night tonight. Um, a break from whatever. Maybe things are boring online, or maybe things are just stale online, or maybe you're just tired of low effort content. So hang out here. And I know you often hear people say everybody's welcome, but no, I mean everybody here is well. Like I said, there's only one rule you break that gets you banned from here. Otherwise, everybody here is welcome. Even my detractors are welcome. Because why not? Why the F not, right? It's all good. What other ideas will you have after this series? Well, it's organic, Timothy. So, for example, I didn't plan on doing a comic book of. I mean, I was planning on doing a floppy series, like a regular floppy series, apart from the graphic novels of Roadwarrior Drake. But I wasn't planning on doing Stipple. But I guess after being nudged often by KSS, I decided, okay, I think it's time to do a Stipple series. And when I posted the drawing of Cthulhu, and people were raving about it, I'm like, yeah, you know what? This is it. This is what I gotta do. This is it right here. So, and it probably has a enough fascination because it is being an independent comic. Doing it in Stipple is ripe for something like that. So it's time. Might even be a good way for some of my detractors. Like, hey, you know what? Last Bed's not a bad artist. Not that I need their approval, but I am curious to see um, how many of them I can actually turn over. If I turn over none of them, fine, it's fine. But still, I had people that otherwise didn't pay attention to my artwork raving about the Cthulhu drawing. So something is definitely afloat with this. Kirk Fashion. I like midgets, but only so many times you watch We Are the Lollipop Guild before it gets stale. When your one content is a logging one guy, eventually it does get stale. It can get stale, so you got to find new content, and that's really the goal, isn't it? Just finding new content and trying to keep your brand and your shows um, around for enough time so people just don't bow out of it. That will always be a challenge, but for some people, it's challenge accepted. Because, sure. Last night, breaking the mold. I have broken the mold. This is true. I have broken the mold. This is very true. Kirk Faggy says I should do a self-biographic comic called Mr. Peanut Head. It'll make gangbusters. Um, I think another few years before I get there. I don't think there's enough about me to get many people interested in paying for kind of like biopic comic. Um, I think down the road, maybe people will be wanting to find out a little bit about what makes me tick or all the shenanigans that have followed me. So yeah, maybe that could be a thing. It will make gangbusters. You would think so, but I don't know. Let's see. Oh, Smooth of Hell under Outlaw DX. He says D word peanuts and shower streams, the Elasme story. Well, that's kind of, you know what? I know you hate me and I know you wish me to like go by the river, but that's mean of you, Mood of Hell. That's very mean of you. I speak well about you when I go to family functions, Helmet. I say good things about you. I say my good friend Helmet, who streams with me and doesn't stream with me often, but he does. He's a good man. He does good things. He's a good man. And then how do you repay me? You by saying all kinds of wickedness to other people, and try to usurp my IP, and then get my name wrong. That's kind of mean of you. Tom, this Nolan monster book, or no, that's still happening. That's slated for next year. So the horrible art and film review that is coming out next year. I already got a couple. I was writing out some reviews and then I formatted it so that it fits Drake's talking style. So that is coming out next year. That is definitely on the plates. That'll be a fun book too. Monomika says, Eliza, please get a monocle. You want so bad for me to just be the butt of people's jokes and just to like wait a minute, did Mr. Peanut even have a monocle? No, he did. I think he did. It's the Monopoly guy that didn't have a monocle. Wait a minute. Wasn't that like a subject of like an urban legend or something? Like the Mandela effect? Or am I thinking of something else? Was it Mr. Peanut or the Monopoly guy that didn't have a monocle and was thought to have a monocle? I don't recall. My camera's shaking. Let me slow it down a bit. That's the thing with a stipple, and I gotta be mindful of that, is the camera will shake. Let's see if I can try to make it stable. Hold on. I'm gonna try to make it stable. So it's not all over the place shaky. Okay, let's try that now. Okay, so it's a little bit more stable. Okay, so Colin says the Monopoly guy is the one that didn't have the monocle. So Mr. Peanut has the monocle, not the Monopoly guy. So there you go. Mandela effect analyzed. I'll read the chat in a second. I haven't forgotten the chat. Let's see here. Okay, Kirk Fashion says, yes, Mr. Peanut had a monocle, and so did the Monopoly guy. Oh, they both had monocles? So then, okay. My lovely shadow band in the chat, saying hi to everybody, hanging out with us. Angela Curry is in the chat. She's saying hi to all the people in the chats. Shout out to all the people in the chat hanging out in this gloriously mundane Tuesday evening. But I guess it's mundane for a good reason. I like sometimes mundane is pretty good. We would hope it'd be global, but unfortunately it's not. So
Don't confuse me. It's Tuesday, right?
it is, yeah.
Don't make me have Monday all over.
No. Did I say Monday? I thought I said Tuesday.
You said Monday and they're like Monday, Tuesday. I'm like, oh God, what?
Okay. Yeah, no, it's Tuesday. Welcome to the Tuesday show. We had a good Monday Monster Moratorium yesterday. It was fun talking about uh, In the Mouth of Madness, and then we got into a conversation about Spider-Man Brand New Day. That was fun. I had fun doing that. It used to be that there was no audience for things like that in a space dominated by comic book fans. But I guess it always depends on who's doing the talking, because just firing up a live stream and just talking about something you like doesn't necessarily mean people will stick around and watch it. So I guess it says something that I managed to maintain a decent enough audience for that conversation yesterday. So let it be said that the chat, when they're not chucking their spears at me, indeed truly have skin in the game. I guess what they do is that some people, like when they do draw streams, will probably play a video or stream in the background just to kill the silence. I guess I could do that, but everybody's saying hi to each other. So it's probably a good time to just hang out, catch up on shit. Uh, watching us draw, watching me draw. And if you have, actually, you know what? Let me take a quick second here. I'm gonna take a quick second here and do a little bit of promotion for the hardcover for Street Champion Roadwarrior Drake, the anniversary edition. You know, it's a little hard to show it with the you know, I gotta do a separate window for the other camera. Let me see if I can do that right now. Let me try to do another. Let's see. Let's do this. I'll try this. Let's see. No, I'll do it later. I'll do it later. But here, this is the hardcover for Street Champion Roadwarrior Drake, the anniversary edition, which has the story plus 30 pages of supplemental material. You can get this on Amazon right now. The link is pinned in the chats. So go check it out. Smokey the Concat is in the chat. Purr, they say. Jabba says it's boring. Jabba, I promise you this is going to be boring. I did call it a boring 10 minutes on George Stream, Jabbage. Why did you come in here? You're acting so profound. I told you this was going to be boring, right? I said that, didn't I, Jabbage? That's what I said. I said boring 10 minutes on George Stream. Why do you think it's profound, Jabbage? Why do you think it's profound? You're not profound. It said in the title. I promised it, and I'm delivering it. I promised boredom, and by golly's sake, I am delivering it. So what's the issue, Jabbage? I want to know. What's the issue? Laws says Roku Ford's draw streams are dead quiet. He says a few words at the beginning and at the end, and that's it. Just him drawing. Mm-hmm. Collins, the last has a point on it being boring. See, I didn't I promise that? I'm giving you what I promised. That's what I promised. Where's the mystery? Omega Man 99 with the racist emojis, which I don't know what I did to deserve that, but fine. Fine, whatever. Whatever. I'm powerless to stop you people. Because, First Amendment and all that crap. So fine, be that way. Stop saying it's boring. Java, go to bed. Stop saying it's boring. Well, I mean, it is boring. I did say it was boring. But still, I made it. I coined the title. If you're going to keep saying it, Java, you're going to owe me royalties. Because you're taking away from my kid's mouth just so you can have a freebie when you say it's boring. I'm not young, Angela. It's just that Java made a redundant point, and I had to put him in his place, Angela. You gotta let me do this. Stop protecting Java. Java can't be protected. He's a threat.
I mean, at least they can leave if they think it's boring.
No. The point was that
I don't even have that option. I'm just stuck with.
That is true. She is stuck with it. And if anybody calls the cops, I swear. I mean, anyway, Omega Man says good evening. How you doing, Omega Man? Good seeing you there. Thanks for hanging out. Java says you're bored. You know what, Java? I'm glad. I'm glad you're bored. You know what? Fuck you. I'm glad you're bored. I'm gonna keep boring you. Guys, I'm glad Java's bored. I really am glad he's bored. I'm so glad. Because that means he's not happy. And if he's not happy, then I'm happy. I'm so glad. I am doing some job. I'm drawing. I don't know if you know this, but it's a draw stream. Boring, but a draw stream nonetheless. So I'm giving you what I promised. I am delivering on what I owed. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing, Javich. I'm not understanding why this is a mystery to you. I really don't understand why this is a mystery to you. Of all people, why this is a mystery to him. I don't get it. Carl Booker Joe says, has Elasma talked about Millie Alcock again? Nobody's brought her up, so no. But we can if you want.
No, we cannot. Had enough of that bullshit last night.
Okay, she says I can't talk about Millie Alcock, so we gotta talk about something else. Something perfectly boring.
She's ugly. Leave it be.
Something preferably boring, guys. What can we talk about that's boring? You're worse than George Peter Gadd says. You know what, Jabba? You can go. You know, Jabbage. Okay, no, I'm not giving that. I'm not gonna give you the agape. You don't deserve an agape. So no, I don't care what you say. I don't care what you say. I hope I'm so boring that it makes you root for the days of the fandom reject streams. I want you to yearn for the day of Jedi Bill. Jabbage. Do it. I dare you. I want you to say, I'd rather go to a Jedi Bill stream. I want to see that come out your mouth. Let me see it. Colin says that my character is a ripoff of Sapphire Swan. In what universe, Colin? In what universe? Not my universe, not this universe. So, I don't know what you're saying there, but I disavow it because you're bringing the spears, and I'm not going to allow you to spear me today. Current fashion. When is Prime going to do a P&D investigation with his new girlfriend Vickyverse? The honeymoon is over. Get back to report. You know this is the sickest shipping that I have seen anybody do. You guys are sick for shipping them of all people. Of all people. Ugh. Of all Philippian people. Linkovich says, I bet what Angel's making for dinner is more interesting than this. I want you, Linkovich, to go to the title of my stream and find out where I promised you'd have any fun. Find out where I promised fun. Here's a spoiler alert. I didn't promise it. I told you it was gonna be boring. I'm sticking to my word. It's boring. Where is KSS as color form? Good question. Maybe he's feeling so bad for how he treated me yesterday in the stream that maybe he's just rethinking some things. So when he comes back here, he'll be nicer to me, and then we can have good conversations, and we're not going to be mean to each other, and it'll be fun like the old days before the Fermina cult poisoned him. Jabba says, "Why have intros to a boring stream?" You answered your question. There you go. You answered the question. The intros were more interesting. Actually, let me stop for a second here. Let me change. Let me try this pen here. Let me try something here. Let me see. What can I? Hold on. Okay. So I'm using a ballpoint pen for this part. For the this will act as a sort of a gray in. Let me try. You know the one of the things I've had to adjust since the inclusion of two cats to this house is when I see movement in the corner of my eye, I gotta remember not to jump up and scream like a banshee, thinking that's some kind of like 3-inch cockroach that's about to enter my house. No, it's just a cat.
No, they would catch the cockroaches.
They what now?
They would catch the cockroaches.
No, they would. Yeah. But I'm saying like when I see movement in the corner of my eye, I just gotta remember it is a cockroach. I told Leah, shut up, man. This is something that I stick to. If I ever see a cockroach in my house, I'm nuking the fucking place. I will not live with cockroaches. I absolutely will not. Not the German ones, not the Asian ones, not the American ones. They're all equally hideous to
So
me.
that's like the move.
Anyway, so let's see. Jabbage violated the term of the LOL. I'm taking notes, Jabba, just so you know, I'm taking notes. Did I skip my Ritalin today? I don't take Ritalin. Where did you come up with this fiction? I take Ritalin. What are you talking about? I mean, I'm normal. Smokey the Concat. I'm normal. No, I don't have cockroaches color form. That's the point. I don't have them, and I'm keeping it that way. As I get older, I get so much more irked with them than ever. Fuck them little niggas. Perhaps because 3 pussycats, you're a lucky man. No, it's 2 cats. It's 2 cats. 2 cats and 4 dogs in the house. Jabba's Roadwarrior drink is a ripoff of Bebop. You know, Jabba, you okay. I can't ban you yet because you haven't really crossed. Well, no, wait. What am I saying? You are banned. You're in the ban zone with Carol Colors and Guy in his room and Tim Olson. You're in that clique now. So you are banned. What I don't know what I'm talking about. You're banned already. I can read color form. I can read. Okay, I can read. I'm very good at it. Am I living in the same building as those? No, I don't have an infestation. I absolutely will not tolerate an infestation in my house. Your dots are stupid, says Jabba. You know, Jabba, I don't care what you think about my dots. My dots are family. My dots are family.
They're gay.
No, he's talking about my dots, the dotting, the dots,
Gay.
the stippling. He says that he hates my dots and they're stupid. You leave my dots alone, Jabbage. Like, why does the chat allow this? Like, why do you allow Jabba to do this crap? I don't understand. That's pretty cool with the ballpoint pen. The ballpoint pen adds a little bit of a bluish to it, but that's gonna end up being null and void because it'll be black and white. But still pretty cool though. Colin says, getting the lawsuit for the cop to file a copyright infringement on Sapphire Swan. Do it! Do it, Colin! Do it! Do it! Now Jabbage is being edgy with whatever that thing is he's doing with the lines and what have you. You're so cool, Jabba Brewster. You're so cool. A heel, a heel. Kirk, that never happened. That never happened. That was an unauthorized ripoff by Jabba and his rogue artist, the Quaff. That was an attempt to undermine my enterprises, and I successfully attempted to suppress that as being the official story. I don't care what anybody says. That's not the official story. Don't patronize it. Don't even talk about it. It's anathema. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. My story is the official story. Those are the Jabba. Those are the Quaff. Those are any of them. Roadwarrior. You're funny, Jared. You're so funny. It's funny. Yeah. Roadkill Warrior Grape. You guys hate independent comics because you're honoring unauthorized literature, supporting an unauthorized origin story. Unauthorized. Colin says he loves independent comics. Well, you try to sue me for an unauthorized, what you claim to be an alleged copyright infringement. And it's not, Colin. So when we go to court, I'm going to conclusively prove to the judge that you hate comics, and that's going to get me off. And she's like, you know what? You're right. Colin hates comics. You're right, Elias, man. We shouldn't have you tried here. You're going to be a free man because Colin's a jerk and he hates independent comics, and we have a crisis. So that's what's going to happen. So I dare you to sue me, Colin, because I already told you how it's going to go down. So do it. I'm already tired of you. Do it. Do it. I'm so tired of you. And everything you stand for. Tell me that I swept Sapphire Swan. How dare you? How dare you? Why? Because I won't go into a little gay war with the Swans? Who I've done nothing to? Nothing? I've done nothing to the Swans. You were going to bring the Swans back anyway, Colin. That was the whole goal, wasn't it? That was always meant to be the goal. I had no issue with the Swans, but you want to make it a war? A war. Colin hasn't posted Swans in months. You brought him. I brought him up because Colin, because I was being proactive with your war against me, with your one-sided war against me. I'm just here existing and doing things for people and trying to be happy and be happiness to people, and it bothers you, so you try to trade a war with me and Swans that I didn't ask to be a part of. Oh, it's Kissivus. He's KSS in the chat. He's Elasma. I was watching Leave It to Beaver reruns. Why did they put a pocket on some pajama shirts? Was that for cigarettes and matches? That's a good question. I'm not sure. That's a good question. That's a good question. Why did they put pockets in pajamas? I don't know. But yeah, Leave It to Beaver. That's an interesting show for the 50s. So much about that show records like a piece of American history that doesn't exist in our time now. Like even like the way the father is treated on that show, like it's alien to our time today. But what's funny about Leave It to Beaver is it wasn't always a show that was like a happy-go-lucky show. There were some episodes that really kind of like taught like some realities of life, and Beaver really had to like learn the hard way about reality. Yeah, that show kind of was ahead of its time. Like I remember watching it years ago. Like Stephanie was a big fan of Leave It to Beaver, so sometimes like she'd leave it in the morning when she get ready for work, and when on days that I wasn't working, when I was at home, um, because I used to work as a CNA, so I had assigned days that I'd work. So on days I was working, she would leave it to Beaver, but it'd be on Me Too. Well, not Me Too, Me TV. If you guys have if you have cable, and you got Me TV, that's also the same station that plays Svengoolie, the Svengoolie movie shows that happen on Saturdays, and Leave It to Beaver would be on the weekdays, right? And then I would watch episodes, and I'm like, huh, this is kind of hard for a 50s sitcom. I was like, oh, okay, I get it. I think I see why the show has endured all these years because it really was ahead of its time in terms of dealing with life situations in a way that a 50 sitcom was able to do it. No, the Swans aren't living rent free in my head, Colin. You wish they were, but they're not. Kansas says Leave It to Beaver was 57 to 63. It ended the summer of 63. Yeah, the I didn't see like all the seasons. I saw like the first 2 or 3 seasons of it. I know that it ended in the 60s, and uh the characters obviously grew older, and who was that? Who's the guy that was a friend of Ward? Not Ward. Ward was the father. Who was the brother? The brother was who? Who's the brother? What was the brother's name? Not Beaver. Beaver was the kid, but what was his brother's name? It was Wally. Wally, right? Wally was the name of the kid. I mean, of the brother. The little kid was Beaver, and the big brother was Wally, right? Link says, "Leave It to Beaver was for the whites." Yeah, but it was fun though. It was yeah. It was. I mean, a lot of the 50 shows were for the whites. Yeah, white Americana. But it was actually a very good show. Okay, it says I unironically enjoy Leave It to Beaver. Used to watch reruns as a little kid after GI Joe Transformers cartoon. Yeah, Wally. Yeah, Wally was the big brother. Beaver was the kid. Ward was the father, and June was the mother. June Cleaver. So who was his friend? Who was Wally's friend? What was his name? What the fuck was his name? It was it Chip Douglas? Was it Chip? Or am I thinking of something else? Blasey was Leave It to Beaver had a good lesson on playing the stock market. Conservative buying versus wild gambling. Yeah, it had a lot of. It talked about a lot of things about regarding responsibility and what have you. A lot of good episodes. A lot of like interesting lessons that they were teaching, and Beaver had to learn the hard way, the hard knock of life. What is it? Hard rocks. The most realist school out there. Eddie Haskell. That's what it was. Yeah, Eddie Haskell. That's who it was. That was the Eddie Haskell was supposed to be the bad boy. He was Wally's best friend, but he was like, supposed to be like the cool kid. But he had some stuff happen in the show too. Like he had some episodes where he had to learn the hard way too as well. So he was one of the more well-rounded characters on the show. He predated Fonzie. You guys remember Happy Days? Before there was Fonzie, there was Eddie Haskell. Yeah, we're going deep into TV lore here. Yeah, yeah. So before Fonzie was a thing, Eddie Haskell was the cool kid at the time. Eddie Haskell was a young sociopath. Let me catch up in the chat. Yeah, Eddie Haskell. Yeah. When my niece was in school, says Angela Curry, her homegrown teacher would watch Andy Griffith's show. Good show with good life lessons too. Yeah, that was another good show too. I haven't watched Andy Griffith, but I know a lot of people swear by that show. So, KSS asked, "It's juice season already?" The colors. Yeah, I read the Eddie Haskell thing. Yes. June so right to Eddie, says Blasey1. Ward Cleaver grew up in Shaker Heights. The Cleavers lived in Mayfield, so they obviously live in Ohio. Yeah. Yes. Carol's making juice stew. Oh, come on. I don't want to get banned by YouTube. Don't ban me off of YouTube. Color form with your. Oh, I'm not gonna say it. I'm gonna throw up saying it. And just I'm .08 Jewish. Richie Dube says I was MK Ultra by Fonzie. A lot of people were. But before Fonzie, they were being CIA'd by Eddie Haskell. Carol Colors Forum says it's when they open the tunnels of New York and the Jews crawl out and they invade my mountain by the bus stones. Is that what they're at now? So they left the Brooklyn sewers and they're headed to here in buses and shit. That's kind of fucked. Jew stew. Stewed Jews. Oh, damn it. Damn it. That was funny though. I'm not gonna lie. But anyway, um, yeah. So I would leave it to Beaver on MeTV on those days I didn't work. Stephanie was a fan of Leave It to Beaver. She grew up on that show, so then I watched it through her, and on the days when she was at work and I wasn't, I'd leave it on, and they would show like an hour of Leave It to Beaver in the mornings, and I did enjoy it. I was surprised by how much I enjoyed Leave It to Beaver. The early MeTV block had Leave It to Beaver. They had what other show they had on? They had on trying to think. I mean, they played Matlock. I think I tried to force myself to watch Matlock at the time. I know people like Matlock. I mean, it survived a long TV lifespan for a reason, so it wasn't a good show. People did like Matlock, but I couldn't get into Matlock. They're here for the entire month. Is colorful. I didn't even know that was a thing. Kaya says I know why June Cleaver, Wally, and Beaver's mom always wore high heels because the showrunners thought the parents should be taller than the kids, and they were worried about growth spurts. That's interesting trivia. Um, the lady that played June Cleaver, I remember her cameo in the movie Airplane, in the scene where she was talking to the jive dude, the black guys who were talking jive, and then she would talk to them in jive, and that was pretty funny. And I think she was a voice actress for a few animated movies. Wasn't she the voice actress for The Land Before Time, Littlefoot's mother? Like, didn't she do Littlefoot's mother's voice in Land Before Time? I think she did. Yeah, Barbara Billingsley. Yeah, that's her name, Barbara Billingsley. Yes. Yeah, I think she was the voice of Littlefoot's mother in Land Before Time. Tell me I'm wrong, chat. Tell me I'm wrong. You know I'm right. You know I'm right. Barbara Billingsley was the voice of the mom of the Muppet Babies. You mean Nanny? She was the voice of Nanny. Yeah, her voice is something familiar. Yeah, but I also think yes. But didn't she also do Littlefoot's mother's voice as well? I think she did. Yeah, so she was Nanny in Muppet Babies, and I think she was Littlefoot's mother in Land Before Time. No, I mean the time. Yeah, Land Before Time. Land Before Time. Yes. Okay, it says as Nanny. Yeah, Nanny. I remember Nanny. When your room looks kinda weird and you wish that you were there. You like my current voice?
That sounded like the chef.
No,
No, do not try to imitate Beaker. He's my favorite. Don't fuck it up.
No, that's not Beaker. That was a Swedish chef. I was doing a Swedish chef.
No. Those sounds. Oh my god.
That was a good chef. Oh wait, Jabba has a
That was
question.
not a good chef.
I'm a great chef. I cook good food.
You destroyed the show.
Jabba asks, Eliza, what would you do if I moved next door to you? I would file a restraining order. That's what I would do. And I get all the urban kids to rob your fucking house so you can move.
I would make you dinner and bring it over and invite you over for dinner.
I'm telling you, Jabba, you move over here, I get all the urban kids after you. I will get them all after you. So go ahead and do it. Try me, Jabba.
We live in, it's really going to come down to who offers them more as to who they attack.
I want them to attack Jabba.
Hoodlums.
I'm a Pox, so they'll attack Jabba because they won't attack. Well, actually, no. You know what?
They ain't gonna give a fuck.
They actually no. You're right. They do. They do fight other Pox. So I don't stand a chance. So, well, this might be the last time you guys see me. So take advantage while you can, because I'll probably be killed by Pox in the next couple of days. Anyway, wait. Let's go back to. Link says you're gonna get Liam back in here with this Muppet talk. You can't help it if people like Muppets. Kaz has asked or says, I haven't seen Liam before time since like 98, 88. I don't remember. Well, you could always check it on Wikipedia or IMDb to see if Barbara Billingsley did do Littlefoot's mother. I already have a dildo drone stalking the deals. What? You're sick, Richie. But you misspelled it. That was very clever of you. Blasey one says that they did a reunion Beaver film years later. All I remember is a shot of Ward's grave. He had passed away by the time of the film. Well, that's kind of bleak. Damn, that's very bleak. You know what else I also remember? I also remember the episode of Married with Children when Beaver was on there. That was that was pretty funny.
Why are we talking about leaving to Baylor?
Some KSF brought it up, so we had a long conversation
I
about it.
keep getting kicked off the Wi-Fi and I can't get anything done.
Hmm?
Kicked off the Wi-Fi. I can't get anything done.
Did you reset the computer?
Yes, I've done everything. Sorry. Fucking remember. I can't even log into an IP address.
Jolly Green says, "Is this live?" Yes, it is. It is live, Jolly Green, as you can tell by me reading your comments. Yes. KS says, Amazon Prime has channels that play shows and movies. I've been watching Leave It to Beaver, Addams Family, and Alfred Hitchcock Presents. Manaba gives us more dots. Yes, I am giving you plenty of dots. Dots, dots, dots. All the dots, all the time. Every dot, every place. By the stroke of my pen. Dot, 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 dots. Lots of dots. Ward Cleaver died in 1977. The actor died in the early 1980s. I believe he quit acting and became a minister at his church. Wait, so they killed off Ward before the actor passed away? Damn. Huh. That's bleak. Nobody in the chat confirmed that Barbara Billingsley was the voice of Littlefoot's mother. So I'm going to say that, yeah, she was the voice of Littlefoot's mother. Jabba says this is pre-recorded, and Elasma is just really good at knowing what the chat are going to say and answering it. You know, I would push back on that, but then either way, there's no way I can prove Jabba wrong on that. So I don't know. I'm still going to think of the Pox after Jabba. All the Pox, even the Nigerians, because I hear they're vicious. Some of those old Hitchcock episodes are pretty good, says Blasey One. One day I gotta watch Alfred Hitchcock Presents. I do gotta check those out. I also gotta check out the Outer Limits too. I'm a fan of the Twilight Zone. I'm also a fan of Ultra Q. I've only seen like one episode of the Outer Limits, but I do gotta watch that show, the whole show, the whole series. I mean, and then form my own opinion of it. But some people swear by it. They say it's about as good as the Twilight Zone. So I love 1950 science fiction, so you know it probably will be up my alley. Kaz says, yeah, I think Hugh Beaumont, who played Ward Cleaver, moved on from acting and wasn't interested in reprising the role. So rather than recasting him, they offed him. Shit. I mean, I guess it makes sense. I mean, yes, I guess some actors are just so, um, uh, they're so imprinted in a role that casting them would just, or rather recasting them wouldn't make any sense. It's like people know this actor as this person, so it wouldn't make sense. I mean, I suppose. So yeah. I never thought in 2026 I'd be talking about Leave It to Beaver, but here we are talking about Leave It to Beaver. One says, I like Outer Limits. A lot looser than Twilight Zone, good in its own way. I remember when TNT used to play Outer Limits. It was the first time I heard of that show, and back when TNT was actually very good. And the amount of TV shows they had on and the cartoons they had on, I was like, TNT was really like peak cable. TNT in the 90s was peak cable. Like some people say like late 80s, early 90s Nickelodeon was peak cable. Some people say like late 80s Disney Channel was peak cable. I'd say that TNT was peak cable. And then they switched to drama. Before they did that, they had the Saturday night monster shows, they had the cartoons, they had WCW wrestling. Like TNT was the shit, and then they switched to a drama format, and it turned to shit after that. I was like, yeah, there's no more fun with TNT. They got rid of the Saturday night monster shows, Joe Bob Briggs. They got rid of the cartoon blocks they used to have on with Bugs Bunny and Popeye and Pink Panther and Tom and Jerry and Tex Avery. They got rid of that, and it just became drama. It became a channel for like nonstop reruns of Law and Order SUV or some shit. And not that that was a bad show or anything. It's just that wasn't why I watched TNT. I did watch a couple episodes of Law and Order, and it was intriguing. It was fun. It was, but again, that's not why I watch TNT. So it's, and I didn't even see it on TNT. I saw it on a different channel. So it's like, why bother? Like, why switch your whole format for a show that's going to be on other channels? It makes no sense. Link says, now I have the goddamn Mummy Baby steam in my head. Thanks. You're welcome. Appreciate you. KSS says, or maybe they killed the character of War earlier than 97. I think, than 77. I think the first Union movie was 77. What was the sci-fi series, asked Blobsy One, about an alien invasion? When they killed an alien, he glowed red and disappeared. Huh. When he glowed red and disappeared. I don't know. That's a question. When they killed. Are you talking about V? Are you talking about like the 1983 series V? I don't remember them turning red when they got killed and disappeared, but I can't think of any other show that would be in reference to. Maybe the chat can figure out. Superstation TBS. Superstation TBS was kind of. I like Superstation TBS during the Saturday afternoons when they had like these obscure horror movies. Like there was one of Paul Nashi's werewolf films where he fought the Yeti. I saw that there. I saw some of the Doug McClure movies on there. Empire of the Ants. The first time I saw Empire of the Ants was on Superstation TBS. And of course, TBS gave us WCW Saturday Night as well as Clash of the Champions. So TBS was kind of cool. I don't know how it is now. I haven't had cable in over a decade, so I don't know what it's like now. But I remember enjoying TBS for what it was. The thing about TBS that was weird was their start times. Like everything started after 5 minutes after the hour. So if you wanted to see a show at 8, it would have started at 8:05 or 8:35 or 9:05. It's everything started 5 minutes after the hour. That was the weird thing about TBS. I never knew why. I'm sure there's a reason why, but I never knew why. Maybe somebody in the chat can enlighten me after all these years. Gummy bear steam. Wait, who said that? Let me see. Richie Dube says gummy bear steam can destroy an earworm by becoming the worm. I don't know what that means, but okay, sure. KSS, I remember watching reruns of the Three Stooges before school. Think they played them on TBS. Yeah, they did. They did play them on TBS. Commander USA's Groovy Movies. Was that from USA the USA channel? I think so. Okay, Blasey one answers this question. It's the Invaders from the '60s. The Invaders. That's the name of the TV show in which you shoot the aliens dead and they turn red and disappear. We only had 3 channels, says Richie Duke. Yeah, we had like 4 or 5 channels before we got cable. Back before I had cable, all I had was ABC Channel 7 in New York, Channel 5, which was NYW. No, it was NEW. No, it was NYW before it became Fox 5, and then CBS Channel 2, and then WRTV Channel 9 before it was bought up by Paramount and it became UPN 9. So, but Channel 9 before it became UPN 9, they used to have the Sunday afternoon movie block, classic movies from the 40s. They had like a lot of Frank Sinatra movies, some old James Cagney movies, and then Sunday afternoons they would have Abbott and Costello. As I'm having the conversation, KSS puts the link for the paperback edition of Street Champion Roadwarrior Drake, the anniversary edition. Which I absolutely love it. Like sometimes I look at my artwork now, right? And then when I look back in some of my older stuff and I'm like, oh, I wish I could go back and change it up. But then I look at it and I'm like, I've got to change nothing up because it makes the newer artwork more appreciated by people. So I don't have to change anything up. Now I'm gonna get rid of the pencils so you can see how this looks without it. So you see nothing but stipple. Nothing but stipple. Let's see.
How long did it take you?
That took me an hour and 20 minutes.
Mhm.
Yes, there's some more here. And I still got to put some more stuff on it, but I'm just wanting to get rid of.
No, cross the leg.
Well, since Lady Shadowbane is sending here, what do you think? What do you think?
Looks good.
She likes it.
Mm-hmm.
She likes it. I'm going to go ahead and add some. Oh, everything is falling. Hold on. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Damn, that coffee smells good. Okay, so.
Well, it's for you.
Thank you, baby. You read my mind.
Mm-hmm.
That's some delicious smelling coffee. What brand is that? Or not brand, what flavor, I mean?
Colombian.
Colombian coffee, okay.
Like my Colombian. Colombian for my Colombian.
That's music to my ears. Legendary Megatron says DG is dropping War Red's losers DMs on FFS. So yeah, so Darkins actually told me about that he was gonna do that at some point. So I guess it looks like I'm gonna have to watch that at some point after the stream and just give it a watch and see what he dropped. But he did tip me off on that. In case you guys are wondering, it's about the Katie did stuff. In case you guys are wondering, so.
Right over here, right from your.
Thank you, baby. Yeah. I don't want to talk about it here. I know most of you that are here don't really want to talk about it here, but it'll be a topic of discussion for sure. So, you know, but yeah, I was tipped about it being dropped. So yeah. DMs from France is yes, from Paristan. Yeah. Oh man, I don't know. I don't understand being away in a place like Paris, France, while it's still French, and having to call in on a live stream on the internet for stupid stuff. I just if I went on vacation, I can promise you, Lady Shadowbell would steal the phone away from me before I go on a stream and start talking about stuff. I can promise you that.
What phone?
Exactly. There you go. See, I could exactly. So yeah, that definitely won't happen on our end here.
Ah! The one time you're funny.
I'm always funny.
Hi. I think they want to see a pretty baby.
Oh, it's Gifford. He says, "Why are you being assaulted by another stream so soon?" You don't got beer, Gifford. I promise it's boring stream. Boring.
It's my suggestion.
It was her suggestion.
I was trying to give him something to do. Even though there are dishes here. And trash is okay.
Which I always do.
And dog needs to be bathed.
Yes. Yes, yes. I'm gonna take Lady Shabba served me some dessert. So I'm gonna take a quick bite of that, but before I do that, let me just add some Stipples here.
Coffee and pie.
Coffee and pie. It's a great combo.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what you're looking at here is a completely Stipple Drake drawing. This is all Stipple. Hmm. Oh, Giver says, "Oh, so she's tired of you and wants you busy." No, Giver, she's inspired by me. She's inspired. And you people can learn a thing or two about being inspired by me. I'm the atomic father of your generation. You should appreciate and respect me.
Who's inspired?
You are?
No.
Reggie Dube says, "In France, on the beaches, women strip naked without regard." That's what I hear. So yeah.
Not every single.
No, of course not, but Hmm. But yeah, I like how this drawing came out. But there's still a rest of the page I gotta stipple. We'll take a few more bites, drink some more of my coffee, and then I'll get to it. Kaya says, "Alaska, Angela wants to know what you just said about DMs. She said she'd ask, but she's embarrassed to say she'll fall asleep while you were boring her." Well, if that's the case, I don't gotta say nothing. How about that? How about that? I'll say nothing. Hmm. Hmm. I'm sorry. Okay, let me read the chat. I know it got quiet. Hold on, let me read the chat. Okay. Well, nothing new has been said there, but Colin says they also do that in Holland. The beach stripping, it was awkward as a child. Eesh. Yikes. Gifford says, but is a normal French women or Uyghurs like the nudists in America? I missed the chat when we was talking about Leave It to Beaver. I missed that chat. I want that chat back. Can we get back to talk about Leave It to Beaver? Or Outer Limits or TNT or TBS or something? Not related to nude beaches. I want that chat back. Can we make it happen? Is it possible to bring that chat back? Let me know in the comments. Oof. Okay. Okay. You want to see Beaver? Leave It to Beaver, Gifford! Leave It to Beaver! We were talking about that show. Ah, damn it, Gifford. You know what I was talking about. Link says we can have the best of both worlds. How about nude Mrs. Cleaver? Um, I, um, uh, only wearing high heels. I want to see Lady Shot. Anyway. KSS says I was with the French exchange student. I was okay. Words are hard. I was with the French exchange student in college. She told me you should try to learn to speak French, and I said you should shave your hairy armpits, you weird French lady. That was mean. That was mean. KSS. Oh, that was so mean. She was learning about a culture, and you told that French woman to kick rocks. That's awful. Why do you do such a thing? I don't know. That's the pie was delicious. Okay, I'm gonna leave this here for a second.
Hey, no.
So now we're talking about hairy armpits in the chat.
That's always lovely.
Ain't it? Hmm. 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 Because it went from nude beaches to hairy armpits on French women. Hmm. Hmm. Cool. Now I wish we had Colin talking about Sophia Swan again. I'd rather hear about Colin's Sophia Swan character than Harry Armpits on a woman at a nude beach. Colin, if you're in the chat, tell me more. Tell me how you're gonna get me sued for swapping off Sophia Swan. I want to hear it so we can change the conversation or something. But you do Harry Woman's still better than Harry Dude. Well, I mean, I'm just saying. I'm not trying to be degenerate. I don't want to invite bots in my channel. Well, I mean, I guess I'll take interviews, but no, I don't want. I don't want. I just want to talk about things that we was talking about earlier. That's all. I just guys, the frying pan really hurts. Anyway, Colin says Sapphire Swan is in the Emerald Man omnibus. Well, there you go. There you go. Kaya says, I'm talking about the French chick's hairy armpits. I won't say anything else. I'll leave it to Beaver if you get my meaning. I saw what you did there, Kaya says. That was witty. I know what he did there. Lincoln says, French woman will smoke a cigarette with hairy armpits and have the nerve to call you a pig. Yeah, that is a thing. Yeah. That is absolutely a thing. So this is pretty cool. I like how this looks. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna which panel should I? I'm gonna do the bottom panel because this one has a good cool action sequence of Drake punching this antagonist out. So I'll do this and I'll go back on the top. Probably not today because that'll take another couple hours, but I'll do the top panels probably tomorrow. But today, let me just do the bottom one here. So I haven't even given the antagonist a name yet. By the way, the Stiple Storytime number 1 that I'm drawing here is actually based off a comic book that I drew and wrote back in 1992. It's a story about a guy who breaks out of prison, right? With the express intent of looking for Roadwarrior Drake so he can fight him and claim to beat him. Right? That was the story. So I'm actually taking that story and I'm actually gonna adapt it here, obviously with better writing and better art. But that's the plan. So this is based off a story I did back then. I drew it. I enjoyed it. How it looks. I did it in black and white. Of course, that comic no longer exists. It's been destroyed in a ceiling leak back in 1996, where I lost a lot of my artwork. But I'm kind of bringing it back, but it'll be a better told story. And I'm looking forward to it. And I think that's the perfect story to tell with the Stiple Storytime. And each Stiple Storytime book will have its own story. It won't be like a series. It'll be a series, but it'll be like an anthology series starring Roadwarrior Drake. So that way, like if you don't get issue 1, you can get issue 2 and still get like a separate story. KSS wants to assure us that when he hooked up with a Russian exchange student, he didn't share American secrets. X to doubt. Colin says, guy who broke out of prison. Elasma, I thought you said earlier you weren't going to do an autobiography yet. Colin, I think maybe I'm going to swipe your Sophia Swan character. I think you left me no choice. I'm going to take Sophia Swan and make her my character. And I'm going to call her Sapphire Swan. That's going to be my character. And then Sapphire Swan in my world, it's going to be tons of fun. And you're going to rule the day you made fun of me. You're going to rule the day, Colin. Because I'm your Todd McFarlane, and you shouldn't have made fun of me. But now you did, so now the gloves are off. And you're gonna see now. Now you're gonna see. See. Colin says, "Yeah, you're Tom McFarlane swiping character. I'm swiping nothing. My characters are original. My characters are original. So How dare you? Geefers, I'm clipping that for the inevitable June the King Last Mad Doc. I only heard about June the King because someone in my chat, or is it my either my chat in the comments, mentioned June the King, and I'm like, who the hell is June the King? So I looked him up, and I'm like, okay, he's another documentarian. He's been doing the quartering stuff, and that quartering documentary is got a lot of views. Shout out to the documentarians of the internet. I have joined the ranks of some of the great documentarians. However, to be fair though, I listened to some of June the King, and I did find him kind of boring to listen to. Some people say that about me. They'll say that I'm boring, and I'm like, okay, what's I mean, that's fine. I mean, um, everybody has their preferences, but I particularly, although in hindsight, like the stuff he's covering, I'm not interested in. Like, I'm not a quartering guy. I don't care about the quartering. I know some people do, and it a lot of channels are getting their channels growing because they're covering the quartering, but I find them boring. I find them really boring. So I can't think of anything more boring to cover than the quartering. But June the King's documentary about the quartering got a lot of hits because of it. So hey, there's a market for quartering content. So sure, why not? I should make a documentary on Eliza being a plagiarist or stealing my character. I saw nothing, Colin. It's that you wanted to declare war, so I'm taking Sophia Swan. Okay, I'm taking her. You shouldn't have said that about me. You shouldn't have said that about me, Collinford. I was very nice to you. Very nice. Or something. I don't know. Something or other. Oh, KSS says, Alasman, after the last episode of Born on the News, I noticed a certain king immediately privated all his streams, which he made himself look silly. Which one? Was it Malin, Shane? Because Shane's been privating all of his streams. He goes to a period where like, he'll stream for like a month, and then he'll private all of them. Richie Dube says, 50 books a year plus omnibus. U.S. artists couldn't fight British artists. Couldn't keep up with okay. So Richie Dube is saying that U.S. artists can't keep up with the British artists. Couldn't keep up with the workload, and then he says 50 books a year plus an omnibus. Honestly, to be honest with you, when it comes like comics or even animation, I think countries like Britain and Russia put us to sleep. Like what they put out is insane. The products they put out and how they put them out is insane. British animation is on another level, and Russian animation, forget it. That's like a whole plane unto itself. Like if you've ever seen early Russian animation, it is like superb. And it's funny because that's like some of the only things that came out of Soviet Russia that was actually of any actual value. I'm pretty sure they starved to death too. Who knows? But anyway, okay, chat's going fast. Shout out to the chat. Let's see here. Let's see. Vinzinger says, I already moved on from the quartering, though I admit to watching some quartering callouts, but I already moved on from it. Shane. Okay, K says Shane. We EFAP Shane's streams. Yeah, no, I'm watching. I'm watching the last stream. I took some clips from that EFAP that Lord Raptor did of Shane because it's gonna be good for the pit follow-up documentary that I'm doing. So it's good to get. People say that I don't get Shane or Ethan or even Malin's side of things. The whole sphere is their side of things. They keep nothing secret. They put everything out there. The clip of Shane Davis saying that he doesn't have any faith in Dale Keown and Ethan is co-signing. I'm like, damn. Like, good night. The fact that they put that out there shows how unprofessional these people are. Because even if they believe that, why would you put it out there? And make this guy that you're talking about, make Dale Keown an object of ridicule. Why would you do that? Why would you say that? Andrew Curry's right. Yeah, Shane used to make his streams private all the time. Like after a few months, he would private them. But he's been doing that a lot lately, though. Because it used to be you can go back and check out 2-3 years worth of Shane Davis streams. You can't do that anymore. After the Dungeoneers documentary dropped, he began privating a lot of his streams, and he doesn't have anything over 2 months on his channel before he privates them. Malin did a complete wipe of his channel of live streams. Even on his Rumble, he started wiping out his Rumble. So yeah, they're nervous. They're trying to hide all the evidence. They're absolutely nervous, but it's already too late. Like everything has been documented, so there's nothing they can hide that has been already documented. So they're already up shit's creek. Link says Shane is in too deep now. He's got the koala bug. He's addicted to watching Liam, so it begins. Yeah, a lolcow reviewing a lolcow, of course. The Russian Lord of the Rings is comical, says Richie Dupe. I gotta check that out. That might be fun. Vindica says, how about Japanese animation and how the anime and manga is? I mean, there is no question about anime and the quality of anime and what gets put out there. Although I'm not the biggest fan of modern day anime, both in story and how the animation is produced. But once in a while, there's something that I'll see that I'll like. Like Demon Slayer has been pretty fun to watch. I actually appreciate the art style of Demon Slayer. I've been studying things like the hairstyles and the facial expressions. So it's going to be helpful for like the Pumpkin War Patch comics. That'll be fun to replicate and, not replicate, but adapt with it. Andrew Curry says, I think they feel safe in their little hug box and forget that it's being broadcasted to the world. I think so too. I think they forget that they're putting this shit in public. They're having private conversations in public. And they don't stop to think, hey, this is not going to be good for our detractors to clip and make us look bad because, we're being stupid. Richie Dubs says, I hate typing on the phone. I've accidentally blocked 7 people on the stream. SMH. Did you say this stream or this week? Let me see. I want to make sure I read you right. This week. Okay, he said this week. Giefert says, I predict a lot more Shane Spurging as Backy Bro will fail. I don't know if you heard this, guys, but Shane Davis officially bowed out of the CG Kings United book. He told Ethan on the Trashcast yesterday that he is not participating at all in that Kings United book. He's out. He blames Liam for it, but I think Shane was already out before that. I don't think him and Malin want any part of that Kings United book. But yeah, Shane officially bowed out. So I'm like, yeah, this is and I'm gonna do that Kings United documentary that's gonna be tied in with for the Fan Fest and Backy Bro. That's gonna be a interesting documentary because, especially with the Kings United book, because I had some things I wanted to talk about with crossovers in comics and why Ethan had it wrong in terms of crossing over and how he intended to have this crossover be non-canonical. And I'm like, that's already a death knell. You want your crossovers, at the very least, you want it to be canonical. And if not canonical, then make it so that the crossover itself is intriguing. Like, for example, the Teen Titan X-Men X-Force crossover. Like, those stories weren't canonical, but they were fun. And they were memorable for a reason. Not because the characters themselves were memorable. Like, a lot of the Comics characters aren't, most of the Comics all the Comics characters aren't memorable. No, I take it back. She is memorable, but then she was not a Comics character. She was created before Tucci joined Comicsgate. So, but she is legendary. So I think she alone, the character, could sell that King's United book. Not Cyberfrog as Ethan would have you think, but I think it would fall on Billy Tucci. But I'm not sure he's done any work for that book. The fact that they're treating 20K Super Cat preprint as a win is amazing. Ethan said if a book didn't make over 100K in 24 hours, then it was a failure. Now he's walking that back because he realizes CG is dead. So they have to move the goalpost to find any win. But 20K for a reprint, I don't care what you say. That's not, for a guy who was making 300 easy on their books, up to $1 million, that's a failure. Link says they moved on from the major league to the minor league. Liam is one of their peers and equals now. Shane is literally a textbook lolcow, says he is. He absolutely is. Andrew Curry says maybe PTP was right saying his IP was not CG, but he is. You know what's funny? Shane Davis said the same thing about Backbeat Bro. Shane Davis said that he's CG, but Backbeat Bro is not, and no one gave him shit for it. They gave PTP shit for saying that Riot Press was not CG, but he was. And I'm like, oh, Shane Davis said the same thing. It's weird how that works, isn't it, though? Speaking of crossover, Lord Benzinger says, have you heard about John Longbox doing a crossover called Crisis on Indie Earth? Well, Benzinger, Roadwarrior Drake is officially going to be in that book series, The Crisis on Indie Earth by John Longbox. Yes, Roadwarrior Drake is going to be a part of that. So get excited. Yes, John Longbox reached out to me and he showed me the script, and I'm like, I'm down. So Roadwarrior Drake is going to be in Crisis on Independent Earths by John Longbox. You know who else is going to be part of that? Chuck Dixon. So imagine me and Chuck Dixon working on the same book together. Not the same story, but the same book. That's crazy, isn't it? That I'm going to be in the same book with Chuck Dixon. That's called skin in the game. Salute to that one. KSS says, I saw that. He's no longer doing the CG Unity book. He's talking about Shane again now. What next? Will he shock everyone by saying he will not go to Florida Fans Fest? You know that's coming, KSS. You know that's coming. That is absolutely coming. Andrew Curry says, she is memorable, but she is not. But she is not. Rest in peace. Oh, damn. Okay. Giver says, at this point, I may dislike Shane the most. More than Male and Ethan. He's a bitch, he's whipped, he's a cuck, and a coward. He's all those things, yes, 100%. Tell me how you really feel, though, Gifford. Let's see here. Let's see. Gifford asks, why use the cat book for the Back Me Bro launch? Yandi's idea? Here's why, Gifford. It's the only CG book that's completed right now that they can use. That wouldn't get into any other trouble because Wreck Planet, anybody that wanted Wreck Planet, they already got Wreck Planet. And there's still people waiting for the Wreck Planet books. So doing another campaign for Wreck Planet would be in bad taste, even for Ethan standards. Because there's still people that didn't get their books on that one. Godlike 2 already had a second chance campaign. Didn't make as much money as Godlike 1. And yeah, so and Godlike 2 hasn't even come out yet. So it really fell on Shane to do a book that was completed, and for all his faults, for all of Shane's faults, he's the only one that delivers his books. So it made sense for him to take one of his books and crowdfund it. But why Still Like Cats and not Inglorious Rex, I don't know. But it was always going to be a Shane book, I guess. Vinziga says, if I ever manage to get my shared universe and its first book out, I'm open to do crossover with other indie universe since I want to do one, which is fighting comic with indie universe. I always tell people in the indie sphere, crossovers are a good way to grow your audience, but it's amazing how many people in Comicsgate and other parts of indie comics don't cross over with their characters. It's like money on the table. Let's see. Oh, she is a sumo wrestler. Trust. Okay, I believe you, Andra. You're the sumo expert, so I believe you. Andrew, I thought Shane wasn't going to fit for the Fans Fest. He hasn't officially made an announcement about him not going. He's been toying with the idea of not going. He's been putting it out there. So many of us theorize that, yeah, he's going to come out and eventually say he's not going to go, and he's going to come up with a reason. Gifford says, wow, they're not giving up on completing books. Isn't that crazy? Actually, no, it's not, but it's still crazy that they would actually normalize that. KSS says they should have started with a launch of Detective Dead. I heard the fonts are amazing. I heard that too. I mean, it costs money, so it better be damn good fonts. So, I think I've caught up with the chat. Okay, good. But yes, I'm going to be doing John's Longbox. Well, not. I'm going to be appearing. Rather, Roadwarrior Drake is going to be appearing in John's Longbox's Crisis on Indie Earths. Outside of Chuck Dixon, though, I don't know who else he lined up. But it'll be fun. It's going to be a good book because I know John will commit to getting it done, and I'm going to commit to getting my part done and submitting it to him. But I thought the idea of a crossover book, if you're not going to make it canonical and you're going to do some kind of bullshit idea about using stock DC and Marvel characters as the villains, just to show that Comicsgate is better, is stupid. It's stupid. And someone should have rained Ethan and said, "Hey, you know what? This is not a good idea. You want to get people excited for this book, so you might want to. Not only do you want to have a better story, but you want to actually use the characters you already have. Like in my head, and I'm gonna talk about this in my Kings United documentary. I had a better idea for that Kings United book that would have gotten the people who are still following Comicsgate. It would have gotten them excited to have that book. But it's a testament to Ethan's bad writing that he wanted to go the way he did. So um, I'll be sharing my thoughts on that in that documentary, which will come out next year. I just want to see how things go with For the Fans Fest first. Is that a fro? Asked Angela Curry. No, that's Gifford. Gifford asked that if that's a fro. No, it's not a fro. But right now his hair's all over the place because he's getting shellacked by Drake. So Vinzica says, I want to ask, Riververse will also appear in Crisis on Indie Earth. I don't know. You gotta ask John Zongbox. He is the guy you want to ask in terms of who's going to be in the book, and he hasn't put out an official announcement yet on the total people that's going to be in the book. I think he mentioned about 20 creators have agreed to do the book with him, and he said that he's going to end up doing 2 volumes of this story. So, I'm excited, and like, each creator is going to be contributing like 5 pages to the story. So, all I got to do is just complete 5 pages, submit it to John, and I got did my part. And I am excited for it because I love the idea of crossovers, and I love the idea of Roadwarrior Drake doing a crossover. Especially for someone like John Longbox, who's a comic book fan and who just wants to do this for fun. And he's already produced a book. He's already fulfilled his book. So he's a creator that is definitely reliable. And he goes on the stream. He does his conversation about comics, and that's all it is. It's just comic conversations, and just chill. So he's going to be committed to getting this done because he's got no time for any of this drama BS. So that's good. So I'm looking forward for Roadwarrior Drake to be a part of that. KSS asks, Elijah, would you live in a house made like the Cleaver house, complete with 50, 60 style furniture? You could have internet, but you'd have to live in Mayfield when you're one of two pox. One of two pox. I thought about that. I was like, I could thrive in that kind of neighborhood. Because really, it's all about how well you speak and how well you carry yourself. I could definitely thrive. Well, I can. I can do it. Richie Dube says Anner can oil paint faster than most comic book artists. That's not, that's not inaccurate because when Shane Davis and Ethan were trash talking Dale Keown and talk about how he was not reliable, Ethan came out and said that he was lucky to even get that one page of Salamandroid they commissioned Dale to draw. And like they pretty much put it out there that Dale Keown is not reliable when it comes to drawing for people. And actually, with Dale Keown, like if you go to like his industry connections, he doesn't have a lot of friends. Actually, a lot of critics. He has a lot of critics in the industry, including Rob Liefeld and Eric Larson, and they had some public statements to make about him. And I was like, oh shit, like no love for Dale Keown. And yeah, I'll be talking about that in my Pit follow-up documentary. That'll be touched on there. KSS says Beaver just asked Ward what Charleston, South Carolina is like. It's a nice city with lots of trees and parks and flowers. And the bars. You forgot the bars, Ward. Yeah, they forgot a lot of things that yeah. Well, I don't think they could mention liquor on that show. I don't think they could, unless I'm wrong. But yeah. I can't remember which Andy Griffith with Gomer or Goober, but there was an episode where they made a joke about reading comic books. We should find that. Gifford says it almost seems like Dale has a brain injury at some point. He's kind of mentally not there. Um, no, I'm beginning to think that there is something going on mentally with him medically, and because he's knee deep in this Comicsgate shit, that he's not paying attention to it, and it could end badly for him. But yeah, I do think there's definitely something to the fact that he um got in trouble as a juvenile with some controlled substances, and I think that's fucked with him ever since. I think comics was some kind of like outlet for him, for sure. I think it was an outlet, and he did pretty good, except because of his conviction, he couldn't enter the U.S. and he couldn't become a founder for Image Comics. So now you fast forward and look where he's at right now, being controlled by a former sex worker. I got no words for that. But that's Dale Keown's legacy, and that's a legacy he made for himself. I have no sympathy for Dale Keown, none. Like when I was doing the first documentary, I felt some sympathy for him. I feel like he did get a raw deal. I feel like he should have made his money with the omnibus. But after the fallout from the documentary and his responses and his choices, I'm like, yeah, you know what? Fuck that guy. I have no sympathy for him. And then reading what Rob Liefeld said and what Eric Larson said, I'm like, yeah, I don't think I'm wrong in saying that Keown is his own worst enemy and doesn't deserve any sympathy. Some people still give him sympathy, and that's fine. Not me, though. If I had any sympathy for him, it went out the window after his responses to my video, to my documentary. And after him, when he decided he was going to choose a hoe before bro, I'm like, yeah, that pretty much answers my question about Keown and what kind of person he is. So, I don't wish him ill will or anything, but Anything that happens is of his own volition. That's my answer to that. Kaz says, I lived in Charleston for a year and a half. I don't remember the flowers. Gooba wore whoopee hats like Jughead from Archie. Guy in the gym says, good point. He's like a homeless guy in a city that draws for money. It's probably another case of you have to draw the line at some point with a junkie. Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. People that are like in bad points in their lives that are like um what do you call it? People that are very that are going through like struggles, whether it's like um poverty or alcoholism or homelessness. At some point when they get the help, they reject the help. People think that, oh, people that are like in bad streets are that way because they're being neglected, and sometimes they are. Don't get me wrong, I'm not letting the government off the hook, but a lot of times it is their own choice when they're given the help and they reject the help. And I said because sometimes people give like volunteers and people that work in the field of helping the downtrodden, they give them shit because they feel like they're not getting enough help or they're not offering enough services, and it's like that's not always the case. It could be just they're offering the help and the people being offered the help reject the help, and usually it could be because they're selfish, greedy. Believe it or not, the poor can be just as greedy as the rich. They can be just as greedy. I've seen it. It's tragic, but it's a thing. Let's see here. Let me go up a little bit. Kay says, I was walking home from work one night when I lived in Charleston. This dude in the parking lot said, Hey, bud, want to buy some cocaine, my man? I said, No thanks, officer. I'm good to go. Well, there you go. Oh, gosh. Why are you LOLing, Richie, dude? Richie, you know the rules. You can't be LOLing here. Stop LOLing. I have a show to run. That's not how we do things here. Sir, respect the premises, please. Blasio says Dale could have bowed out gracefully, printed an omnibus with a legit publisher with a little extra material thrown in, made a few bucks, and enjoyed a nice goodbye to his career, but he chose poorly. Yeah, he did. He did. That's on him, though. That's on him. Like I said, I don't feel bad for him. I mean, he does have one of the most tragic careers in comics, but A lot of it is of his own making. It's just the end of the day. It is. Linkovich says, I was walking to the snack bar of my local drive-in movie theater when a little man in an ill-fitting shirt accosted me and asked, hey, you want to buy my D comic? No. Well, how about Pumpkin War Patch? Bet you bought it too, Linky. Bet you bought it. I want a full report right now. On Twitter and everything. Richie Doob says, I'd rather see Al's thighs than Mandy's. Not gonna. How would you? Ugh. I don't know how I don't know how I feel about that. I don't really know what to say about that. That's one of those there's no winner situation kind of thing. Gifford asks, who's older, Dale or Mike Barron? That's a good question. I don't know. That is a good question. I'm not gonna lie. That is a very good question. Um, Mike Barron looks very old though. He looks very frail and like, yeah. Mike Barron's cool. He followed me on X and he actually spoke a little bit at the con, but I think when we spoke at the con, he didn't know who I was. So I'm like, okay, well, I mean, fine, I'll allow it. Sure, I'll allow it. Cass says this in a video. I think it was his response to the Pit Doc. Dale claimed Pit was an IP worth 40 million. I doubt it is in 2026, but even at a fraction of that, I'd sell that IP if I was in my 60s. Yeah, I don't think it's definitely not worth 40 million for sure. It's absolutely not that worth that much money. How do we know that? Well, again, good night. Like first of all, the trade paperback only made 100,000, and made that 100,000 at the last second of the campaign. Um, and if it was that much money, they would have had something already happening by that point. He would have already had whether it's TV series or movie, whatever. Pitt would have already crossed over to other mediums, but that didn't happen. Like he did talk about like there was toy deals and everything for it, but again, where is it? If it would have happened, it would have happened. It didn't. Meanwhile, Tom McFarlane's got an entire industry, entire company of action figures and deals and all this other stuff. Like McFarlane made it happen. What's Dale's excuse? But yeah, if that pit if Pit's worth any money and I'm Dale, I'd sell it and live off retirement and get away from YouTube. But again, that's giving Dale too much credit. But yeah, I think he should do that. I think if Pitt has any value, either sell it or just license it. License it already and get away from Comicsgate. Just get away from this. He has nobody in his ear that's worthy to be called an actual friend that's telling him this. And the thing is, I'm saying this, and I'm not a fan of his. I'm definitely not at all sympathetic to what he's done because it's his own volition and he chose this. But like, I'm not that. I'm not I'm giving him good advice right now. I'm telling him sell that. And KSS is saying it too. Sell the IP and retire off of it, or lease it and retire off of it. Get away from Comicsgate. Comicsgate is not helping you. It's destroying your legacy. But that's on him. If I really hated Dale, I would say, hey, Dale, keep doing what you're doing. You're doing great. Stick around, Dale. Okay, says even if it was worth 40 million back in the 90s, I'd have sold that shit and lived a stress-free life. Yeah, you know, exactly. Look, very few comic creators live a good life and maintain their IPs. Very few. Not many people are Scott Adams or um, Jeff Smith. We don't have many people like that in this sphere. I'll read the chat in a second. I'm just dotting this. Yeah, the more I think about it, the more I'm really anxious to do that John's On Box book. That's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to it. And it wouldn't be Drake's first crossover, too. He's done a bunch of crossovers. Very few. Not very few. He's done a few, but, they're very low key, so not many people know about it, but the ones that do, yeah. Yeah. How many people we got watching right now? We got 20 watching. Yeah. Shout out to the 20 that are watching. I'm just checking something first, because, okay. Okay, cool. All right. Yeah, I was looking because I was looking at my studio, my YouTube studio, and it looked like there was some choppiness with the video, but no, it looks fine. Nobody's complaining about the choppiness of the video, so we're good. I think we've had a few last few good streams without any issues with regarding buffering and all that stuff. I had to find a default setting to set my OBS to, and just stick with it, and that seems to be doing the trick. Let's see. Richie Dupe says, if comics made a man wealthy, Aladdin will be selling carrots from a wheelbarrow every market day. They'd be great carrots too. Organic, Richie. Organic carrots. I would do that, yeah. Linkovich says, Matt Groening is arguably the most successful cartoonist to exist. He's killing it. Yeah, absolutely. Me and Lord Richards, I already have my script nailed down for that. I'm excited for the crossover story. Oh, yeah, he's in that too, yes. Yes, Woodrow's part of that too. Star power. Star power. So, yes, a comic that features Chuck Dixon, Woodrow, and myself. Think about that. Think about the star power in that, among others. KSS says you get 40 million. Hell, even if you got 10 million, invest some of it. You can still draw and write. Shit, you could do your own comic at your own pace and publish it and never worry about cash. Yeah, man, it's funny. Like, how is it we get it and these guys don't? Well, I don't know. I mean, I guess we have the benefit of hindsight. It's corny to say it, but we do. We have the benefit of hindsight. But still, Dale's still alive. He can still make some good business decisions, but he's not. So, you know, whatever sound business decision you're giving him, it's just going to go in one ear out the other. It is what it is. And I said at the end of the document, of the Pit document, I said I would have bought a Pit omnibus if it came out. Like I didn't know much about the character. I'm not a fan of Image Comics, but I would have bought the omnibus and it would have made me a fan. I was like, I'm so glad I have it because it's part of comic history. But now I'm not buying it, especially if Mandy's involved. I'm definitely not buying it. I'm not giving her my personal info. I'm just not doing it. And I'm not financially supporting whatever she's doing. So I'll just document it, and then whatever happens, happens, right? YouTube says, surely if somebody offered 40 million, you'd snap it up, even if it turned the character into a poofter. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I couldn't turn down 40 million because um, I got some debt that I want to pay off, and then I want to invest some of that money. So yeah, I mean, I definitely want to turn it down. But here's the thing, though. You know how this works. You get paid a lot of money, expect half of it to be stolen by the IRS. So
Why you stop paying taxes?
what? Unfortunately, here's the thing with the government. The one thing they get right is taking their money. Everything else, protecting you, protecting your borders, all that shit, they get it wrong. When it comes to their money, they're on point, baby. They're on point. You owe them 1 cent. They're gonna make sure they get that 1 cent. Government's a racket, baby. You know how that works. That's why the IRS is not constitutional. Abolish the IRS. That's what I say. Actually, the IRS is part of the 10 planks of communism. I don't know if you guys know that, but yeah, that's a thing. Anyway, oh, I read that comment already. Okay. Shout out to the lurkers in the chat. I think tomorrow I'll start working on the next page in the Pumpkin War Patch comic because I want to do 10 pages before next week so I can get the crowdfunder ready for issue number 3 for Pumpkin War Patch. Kat says your 40 million turns to 20 million. Let's face it, you're practically broke. What are you gonna do with 20 million? I guess Walmart is hiring. You know what, Kizzy? I was making a point, Kizzy, but you know what though? You can forget it, Kizzy. Forget my brotherhood with you. You know what I was trying to say with that. 20 million is still a lot of money, but the IRS takes half, and then the half you get to keep, you still got to claim it somehow because if not, they'll take that too. The tax system is a fucking joke in this country. It really is. But if I make a lot of money, I'm gonna pay off my mortgage, pay off all my debts, um, and then whatever I have left over, invest some of it, put some of it in funding, in a trust fund. Um, Open up a business. Who knows? I'm not gonna sit on it. I'm gonna do something with it.
Oh, listen, how optimistic you are.
I gotta have dreams. Tilso, how you doing, my friend? Pumpkin is already on issue 3. Yes, it is. It's on issue 3, and I think the artwork in issue 3 is my best yet. You guys, you guys are gonna love the artwork in issue 3. Like, actually, let me show you a page from it. because so far a lot of it is taking place inside a forest, like a like a forest of some kind. When you read the story, you'll understand. But she discovers an untouched forest on the outskirts of Skullkill, and it's like a paradise for her, and it has some kind of like meaning to her, or meaning for her. Okay, let me show this page. This is one of my favorite pages. Let me show you this. Okay, so there it is right here. So that's one of the pages, and I like how it looks. I really do. Like this is some of my best coloring yet that I've ever done. Sales says at 40 million, the IRS is taking way more than that. Oh, absolutely. I know. I was being optimistic. I know. They'll take at least 30 million, 25 million maybe, if you're lucky. It's a joke. The IRS is a joke. The tax system in this country is a joke. In Pennsylvania, they have an inheritance tax. So if you leave any of your stuff to your children, the government takes part of that. That's bullshit. That's theft. I mean, not go into that because I'll go on a rant on that one. But yeah, it's all bullshit. I'd build a water park with mega slides. You know, I actually would invest in my community. I would try to rebuild some places here that can help with children and families here. Because if we have a good family structure in our society, it helps with our community. So I would invest in some of that. KSS says 20 million. I'm taking 100K of that to pay Lasmat to quit his job for a year and get just to wear a D outfit in public for a year. So that's going to cost you more than 100K. Okay, maybe 200K. We'll start talking about 200K.
I need to point something out. Kissy, I would like for you to note today's date and clip that segment of where he just talked about what he would do with the money if he had it. And I would like for you to notate that in that there was no mention of giving Lady Shadowband a spotlight.
Okay.
That is all.
Hold on. Okay, hold on. Wait. Okay, veto power. Hold on. Like that was assumed. That was assumed. Tilso says nice page. Well, thank you. Appreciate that. Yes, I'm glad you like that page. I like it too. I like how some of this is looking. Um. So yeah, art, baby, art. Yes. I'm not getting exposed. No, not at all. That is a bold-faced lie. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream so far. I never thought a conversation about me winning $40 million would be a depressing one. Welcome to 2026, baby. Yes. Huh. Shout out to the. How many people are watching still? We got. Let's see, 17. Okay, we were up to 7. We were up at 20. We're down to 17. Still, it's been consistent. Shout out to the lurkers. Shout out to the people in the chat. Tilsel asks, "Can I borrow $5 since you have 40 million?" Well, only if I can claim it as a tax write-off.
Make it a gift.
Or get, yeah, exactly. Okay, I'll gift it to you. There you go.
I got kicked off the internet.
Mm.
We're gonna have to retype a whole paragraph.
Okay, it says, according to Google AI, after maximum federal taxes and state income taxes, this leaves you with an estimated take-home amount of about $22.8 to $23.2 million. Allows Matt $500,000 for a year. Yeah, and the fucked up thing is like if you put that money, here's the thing: you get taxed off that money, right? And if you put it away in any kind of savings, whatever, you still get taxed on it. The thing I learned about taxes is fucked up. So like, let's say you get a million, like 40 million, right? It was you earned it, right? Or it was given to you, and it's counted as income. They'll take about 20 or so million dollars off of that, right? You put that money away, don't spend it, you're still getting taxed on it, which is bullshit. It's the government's way of trying to steal your money. So like you gotta if you don't want that money taken from you, you gotta invest in it, put it in stocks, or like put it in some kind of trust fund where it doesn't get taxed. It's all bullshit. It really is. But that you gotta know the game so that the government doesn't steal your money. And make no mistake, this is theft. That's why when I hear them talking about raising tax, I'm like, get the fuck out of here with your tax raising fuck out of here. You're already stealing people's money as it is. Don't be stealing any more of our money. Utilities are going up. Everything's going up. Anyway, oh wait, what did they say in the chat about martial arts? Hold on. Okay, Benziga says, "Hey, Lasman, I want to ask if someone with superpowers were to earn or learn how to do martial arts, how would it turn out? How they apply both their powers and martial arts they learn to each other?" You ever see The Matrix? I think that's your answer right there. There's your answer right there. I've always said The Matrix was a movie that was style over substance, but in lieu of the sequels, it is pretty solid. I think it's because the sequels are so terrible. Well, no, Reloaded. Okay, let me rephrase it. Reloaded wasn't terrible. It was hilarious. It was bad. But I wouldn't go out to say it was terrible, but it was bad. And Revolutions was a stinker, in my opinion. So I think The Matrix should have probably stopped at the first one. But again, you're talking to a guy that preferred Dark City over The Matrix. I thought Dark City was a superior movie of the two. Yeah, Last Airbender. Ugh, words are hard. Last Airbender. That's another example. Yeah. Okay, KS says that he'll start offshore. Count for me. $500,000 for me to wear the D word outfit every year, every time you go out in the public for a year. Are you in? Okay, I gotta think about that one because that is a lot of money and it does require me to lose my respect and everything. But that is $500,000, so I don't know. I gotta think about that one, Kissy. I do gotta think about that one. Because that's gonna require me to basically give up my job. Because they're not gonna want me to do my job in a D word outfit. Jabba says, of course you prefer Dark City. Yes, Jabba, I prefer taste, okay? I prefer taste. I am very pretentious. Yeah, you're right. I am. How about that? How about that, Jabba? I'm pretentious, okay? You happy? You thrilled now? I'm pretentious. There. Go write it off now. Very so much. Never Nugan. Or some shit. Some damn thing. I don't know. Anyway. A stuck up D word respect. I deserve respect, Richie Dupe. Yes, I do. I deserve respect. I don't know why that's so hard for some people. But I deserve it. Excuse me. I'm excused. Okay, it says a job. I'm giving you $500,000. Take a year vacation. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. I could do that. I mean, I guess I could claim. No, I can't do that because that would be fraud. So no. I don't know, because I would if you guarantee me $500,000 for the rest of my life, I probably would do it. But $500,000 goes away, and then what am I left? How am I going to get a job that's going to pay, you know, enough to at least sustain quality? I mean, all I have to do is just pay off my because $500,000, I'll pay off all my credit cards. I'll pay off a lot of other debt, and all I got to do is just pay for my utilities, which is already increasing as it is. Um, but you know, that's right, you know. Chat's going fast. What is the chat saying? Let's see. Plasma debt is mostly from pork chops. You would too, Richie. You would too. Tilsa says, Plasma would be famous as the D word suit guy, so you can live off that fame after the $500,000 is gone. That's not a bad point. You know what? You're not wrong about that. What I could do is I could open an Instagram account just for that and document my exploits wearing the D word suit. You know what? You're right. You're absolutely right. I could do that. And I would just document my exploits wearing the suit, and people would just mock me and make fun of me, and my whole reputation would totally be sullied. But you guys would get a laugh out of it, I guess. So, and I get paid. I gotta think about that. I didn't think that far ahead. That might be a feasible thing. I can pay off all my debts and then uh, just pay the IRS every year. Still have enough to pay, to sustain my quality of life, and that could work. That could work. You're making me brainstorm, Kissy. Damn it. You're making me brainstorm now. Shit. Okay, I said stop thinking like a poor. I should. Yeah, you're right. I should. I'm trying not to, though. But here's the other thing, too, though. Not to get too personal. The other thing, too, though, is I did make a vow after Stephanie passed away to be, to serve people and be charitable with my time and my actions. So I wouldn't want $500,000 to come between that. if that makes any sense. So, not that I will turn it down, but I'd have to really make sure that I don't renege on that promise. Just saying, you know? You know, the growth mindset is very scary for a lot of people because there is the understanding there's risk involved, but the truth is, if you're going to succeed, there's going to be risks. And sometimes you're going to have to step out of your comfort zone. So I get it. No one ever got money and didn't do something that was risking their status quo. There is risk, even if staying in your comfort zone. Yeah, no, there is. It's about which is the. So it goes back to like which is. How can I put it? So there's the devil that you know, and the devil you don't know. And most people are comfortable with the devil that they do know. Meaning, if there's any risk in their status quo, they know of it and they're comfortable with it because they're familiar with it. So there's that versus the risk of the unknown. Like in my case, the risk is, I don't push hard, I don't work hard or work smarter and make more money, and then, I'm in danger of um, being without electricity or gas, whatever the case is. There's that risk, but it's a risk that I'm familiar with, so I hustle and bustle and make sure I get paid or make sure I make the payments on time, my utilities and other expenses that I have. But then the other risk is you get that money, right? You get a lot of money, you pay off all that, but then there's an unknown risk that come with it, and you don't know until it actually happens. But then you've already paid off all your debt, you paid off what you owed. You're still able to pay you for your utilities and live a quality of life. So yeah, there's risks involved. KS says as making more money means you can take more risk to potentially make even more money, and with that money you can help others. Go be Thomas Wayne. Just avoid movie theaters. I know. Yes, I know. I know. No, I get it though. Like, I'm not opposed to it. I'm absolutely not opposed to it at all. And that's just the reality. Like if I'm gonna do something, if I'm gonna try to take that step, it's gonna have to come at a risk of being comfortable. Being comfortable. Words are hard. Okay, yeah. Woodrow says, if I had money like that, I'd pay a last man's favorite artist to draw a crossover of one or two characters and invest it into that project. 500,000 eggs, one basket. Yeah, totally. Absolutely. Oh, we got John's Longbox in the chat. Is he here? John's Longbox? Let me see. There he is. John's Longbox. How you doing, John? I was talking a little bit about your project, the Independent Crisis on Independent Earths. Crisis on Indie Earths. Let me say it correctly. Crisis on Indie Earths. And yeah, I was talking a little bit about my involvement in it and how Roadwarrior Drink is going to be in it. But I think some people have questions about it. So if you want to talk about your project here, what the book entails, and if you want to share who already is involved, I know you mentioned the Dixon versus Chuck Dixon is involved. That's big news. So I don't know if you want to talk more about it, but I mentioned it here in the stream. So if you want to talk more about it and share details, I'm sure a lot of people would be interested in it. Get some early excitement going for it. Now I was telling people I'm excited about being in it. That's sounds like a very cool project, and I'm excited to have Roadwarrior Drake be in the same book with Chuck Dixon. That's awesome. You know, not necessarily in the same section, but still, just to have a book where both Chuck Dixon and me appear. Like, good night. Like, not many people can say they can achieve that. That's called clout. skin in the game. You get it, all that stuff. So. Oh, you want to? Oh, you want to come on? Okay. Um. Okay. Okay. So let's do this. Because I'm on OBS, but I'll send you a StreamYard link. You may not be on the video, but they'll hear you. Yeah, I'll bring you on because I want you to talk about it. So let me go check and see what can I use. Let me go to upcoming. Let me see. What's a good one to use? All right, I'll use this one. Hmm. Let's see. Give me 1 second, John. I'm looking for the DM. Okay, here we go. All right. Okay. I sent you the StreamYard link, so if you want to come on and talk about it. Let's see here. Okay, I'm gonna try to figure out how to make this work. So let's see. I'm gonna go ahead and share a screen. I'm gonna try the OBS. I'm gonna see if the OBS allows you to hear me. Okay. Okay. Testing 1 2. Okay, so we're gonna see if this works. If this doesn't work, John, then we'll try. Let's see. Oh, actually, no, let me remove this. Maybe it does work. Okay, actually, it might work after all. Hold on, it might work after all. Okay. Okay, so I sent it to your ex DM. Oh, I hear you go. Okay. All right, let me see. This comes on. Okay, can you hear me, John?
Yeah. Could you hear me? See me? What?
I can definitely. Okay, so the audio does show that it's picking you up. So that means that my chat can hear you. So you're good.
Okay, you're coming off all choppy. Am I coming off choppy?
No, you're fine. I'm probably choppy because I have the OBS and the StreamYard
Oh my god, I got disconnected again.
on at the same time. So, but we hear you. But we hear you, so we're good. Let me go ahead and see if I can open up the window here for you. No, actually, no, that won't work. But we can hear you. So, how you doing?
I'm so frustrated.
Okay, good. So what do you want to know?
Let the chat know exactly the details about the book. Like, what is the Crisis of Independent Earths?
Should be done with this.
Okay, so I'll start at the beginning.
And everything.
I was thinking we should all work together. Okay, I'll start at the way beginning. I was getting a little annoyed that all indie comics, it's just fighting. And not the good kind, not the Thing versus the Hulk kind of fighting. Just all the creators fighting, and I'm not blaming anybody. That's not the purpose of this. So I was just like, we should all work together. So I was like, what's the best way to? And then I started thinking, how about we just like make like a catalog, like one page is Roadwarrior Drake, and the next page is Her Tales, and the next page is the Lost page. And then I was like, kind of dull. Like a comic book. So I was like, how can I get everybody into a comic book? So I was like, as a joke, I started calling it the Crisis on Independent Earths. And then I started to really, really like that idea. So I came up with a pitch, and the very first person I pitched it to told me it was the stupidest idea in the world. Comic book creators can't work together. It's a waste of time, and I got discouraged. And I forgot about it for a couple of months. And then I said, you know what? Let's try again. So I pitched again, and the same person that said it was a bad idea Oh, this is the same bad idea you pitched at me the last, and I started to get discouraged again. And then bing, 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 bing. 12 people said it was a great idea. They're in. So I was like, okay, you're out. You guys are in. And did you lose me? Am I still here?
You still here? Yeah, I can hear you. You're still here. Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah. Can you hear me? I can hear you.
I don't know if I'm still in. The
Hold on,
screen changed.
Oh. Hold on.
Am I on? Hello?
Huh. I can hear you.
I don't know if am I still
Can
here?
you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Did you lose me? I don't know what happened. Everything
No.
started
You're
weird.
good. You're good. Is that I got kicked off because I'm doing the OBS and the StreamYard at the same time, so there's probably a little conflict on my end. Well, we hear you though.
So can you hear me? I can't even hear you. You just sound like static.
How about now? Can you hear me now? Testing 1 2.
Hello? I don't know if anybody's even hearing me.
Hold on. Yeah, this OBS thing was weird. Hold on. Testing 1 2 1 2 testing. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, John?
Okay, okay, you can hear me. All right. So
yeah.
So what this is I wrote a 5-page script that sets up a problem.
Okay.
And I mean, it's an agency outside of time and space. They detect that a being is destroying universes. So they exist outside of time and space. They send out signals to every universe, and people respond. And what they're going to do is they have to get to a certain point, because that certain point is going to be the central point of all time and space for a split second, and then everybody's going to be able to help merge together and defeat the common enemy. That's it, boiled in a nutshell, without giving away too many details.
Yeah.
So everybody who wants to participate, as long as you follow these 3 rules, you're in. No fighting. I don't want to hear drama. Second is follow the script, and third is you got 6 months to give me 3 pages. You are responsible for your 3 pages, your script, your art, lettering, coloring if you want, and you give it to me, and we make a comic. Then when it's done, I'm going to give you the files. You get all the pages. I got 30 people who want to be in this. So 90, we're talking almost 100-page comic book, maybe 3 issues. So for 3 pages worth of work, you're going to be able to, you'll get a comic book that you could sell, you could print, you could make your own cover, because this thing is infinitely variable. You can make a Roadwarrior Drake cover. I can make a Pro Tales cover. Phil Diaz could make a Lost Pages cover, whatever, because it's yours. So I think it's a fun idea. And basically it's a catalog. You got 3 pages to wow a perspective. Somebody's, because Chuck Dixon's in it. And they're going to see Chuck Dixon's My Sister Suprema. And then they're going to like, oh, cool, I really like this Roadwarrior Drake character. And then your contact information will be in the back of the book, how to get more, and there you go. This is better than a catalog. What do you guys think?
I like the idea. Like crossovers are very.
I honestly don't know if anybody can hear me.
No, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, John? I don't know if you can hear me. Hold on. You might be on YouTube, I think. I don't know, but I heard John, and he was very clear. So, but yeah, I definitely like crossovers. Hold on. Let me try this again. Can you hear me, John?
You there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we heard you. We heard the pitch. So we definitely heard the pitch.
So what do you guys think? I think it's a fun.
I was telling that I like the idea of crossovers. It's an underutilized thing in indie comics, because not many creators even take their time to actually plan a crossover, and they should, because it builds audiences on both sides, or on all sides, depending on how many people do a crossover. So I think it's a great idea.
But it's not so much a crossover, because literally nobody meets anybody else.
Right.
It's little plug and plays. Quite frankly, if anybody pulls out, it's not going to change the story. So you just got 3 pages. The way this was designed, because it's your universe. So I kind of want to be in your own continuity.
Yeah.
Like Aaron Sparrow with Doomface, he has a funny little idea that he wants to do.
Yeah.
Because Doomface is the ultimate villain. Brian Bow has a funny little idea that he's going to do with his characters. And Horace H. Hoover, Fabrizio Aiello's character, he was going to have some sort of similar idea. So he's going to launch off to another story. That's kind of what I hope. The characters, the cosmic characters, the agency are major characters in a future story of mine. So yeah, this is all in continuity.
Yeah.
But the way I'm writing it, it's not going to mess with your establishment. It's not going to mess with any of your stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like, I got a bunch of 30. I got about 30 people who want to participate, and a lot of them were like, "What do I do? How do I get?" You know, and they sent me their pitch scripts, and I don't want to embarrass anybody, but these guys, my cosmic guys, show up and say like, "Come on, we got to save the universe." I was like, "Dude, you're like the fifth one to do the same exact story. Come up with something original. Wow, it's unique to your universe. Why am I interested in your universe? Think of this as a trailer to your comic."
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
So like Bolton, he did a perfect pitch. I told him, you got 3 pages, and he's like, so I said, you don't have to restate the problem because the problem is 5 pages before. This is the problem, and then we cut to you. The reader knows what's going on. So he's like, all right. So his characters are in monster trucks, driving over zombies, killing monsters, shooting to get to the place, to get to the intersect. And I was like, that's perfect. You know, no useless, navel gazing, no, whatever, just action. Girls in a bikini driving a monster truck, monsters, machine guns, and explosion. And then you're going to be like, I want more of that Mark Bolton comic book. You know, Bill Williams, his Punchline characters, it starts out, they already know there's a threat going on. They're flying to the threat. They're fighting things to get there, and they're bickering on the way because that's the way his characters work. Perfect. Boom. Heather Vele just said her character is an investigator, so she's investigating, and she stumbles across a deep shadow, and she's finding these dead bodies. So she's like, what's going on? And then she goes into the shadows. That's it. Perfect. I love it. Everybody has a difference unique to their. I don't know how Drake is going to get involved. That's not my business. You know how Drake is going to get involved. You know, just send me the script, because the one thing I'm afraid of is 30 of the same exact story. You know what I mean?
Right.
So
okay, so you want me to send the script
what do
for
you
3
think?
pages, and then you'll let me know if it fits in line with the vision that you're putting in, correct? Oh wait, hold on, it's doing the thing again. Okay, so I heard everything you said. So so you want me to write the script for my 3 pages and send it to you, right? And then you let me know if it aligns with your vision.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Well, it's not so much that it aligns with my vision. Is it the same story 10 other people are telling?
Right, of course. Yeah. And then you'll let me know, because I don't want to be like anybody else. So you'll let me know.
Oh yeah, I'll let her. This is supposed to be awesome. It's supposed to be fun.
Yeah.
And I'm not like, again, I'm not trying to hurt anybody's feelings, but there's a guy who just didn't get it. I called him up last night. We were up till 4:00 in the morning explaining everything, and he's like, "Oh, okay," because I want everybody included.
Yeah.
As long as you're not fighting, as long as you're following the rules, and as long as you're doing your work on time.
Yeah.
You know, if you hate me, that's fine. If you love me, that's fine. This is about comics. I want this to be exciting. I want this to be fun.
Yeah.
And I really hope this is like a healing thing. Like, I hope this guys who are working on this comic who hate each other, and then they see, wow, we made a book together. That's ultimately my. So you talk about guys who don't get along with me. You're invited too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What somebody's got.
I'll say this, like, I think as far as
let's all work together, stop fighting, make a freaking comic book, and then when you go to a convention, you're gonna have this whopping Chuck Dixon in it, has Josh Howard in it, has Adam Larson in it, has Adam Sparrow in it, has Al Asmat in it, has Brian Bow in it. All of these people are making a comic book together that's gonna be cool. And then you bought it because of Chuck Dixon, but now you're looking at Josh Howard and be like, wow, I love T. Bird and Throttle. He draws the sexiest redheads. And then you're going to go look for his comics. Or you're a fan of Adam Larson and you're like, oh man, Mad Dog Larson is excellent. and now you're buying heroic tales. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Of course.
What do you want on your table? A catalog or a freaking cool comic? You only put 3 pages of effort into this. You could sell it for whatever you want.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm the fool over here because I got the first 5 pages, the last 5 pages, and then my 3 pages. So I'm doing 13 pages. So if anybody's getting screwed, it's me. But I'm willing to do it because it's a fun project.
I want to correct something in the chat. KS is saying the comments about Drake staying behind tall grass. No, the tall grass is a myth, Kizzy. You do better than that. Do not sabotage me. I'm gonna be great. You guys need to learn and follow along because I'm gonna be great. So, but yeah, no, I like the idea and I'm anxious and excited about it. So I'm gonna get to work on a pitch for my 3 pages and I'll send that to you, and then you let me know from there. But you mentioned Aaron Sparrow, you mentioned Chuck Dixon, you mentioned let's see, who else did you mention that's involved in the project? Is there any other names that you can let us know, or is that gonna you want to wait on that? Oh wait. I just asked a question and my mic was muted. Damn it. Okay, I was saying that I'm excited about it, and I can't wait to send you my 3 pages of the script. But are there any other names besides Aaron Sparrow, Chuck Dixon? You mentioned Rich Ayala. Who else is involved that you can get people excited about?
I muted my mic because I'm listening. Okay, so here's a list of people that said
okay.
Chuck Dixon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Chuck Dixon, Brian Christel, Punt Press, Bats, Yang Yao Zhao, Mark Polton, Argonauts, Bill Williams, Heather Vele, Brian Bao, Fabrizio Aiello, what's his name? The guy who does Mighty Mascots. Woodrow.
Woodrow, yes.
Dave Brink, Phil Diaz, Andrew Marshall, RJ Williams, of course, Renzo Rodriguez, Ron Mosicki, I think he's going to be drawing. John Dexter is going to be doing the Alpha Dogs. Robert Cruz, Adam Lawson, Tonic Bowl, Aaron Sparrow, Log. I don't know what his real name is. Nobody knows what it is. Log is totally reclusive, but he's coming out of reclusivity to do this.
Nice.
Infinite Entertainment, Chad Thompson. I think RJ of the Fourth Age, Per Berg, Vaughn Coleman, Matt Barr, Mike Nolan, and Josh Howard, and Dan Sen, and I think John Douglas, Levi Skin, Torchbearer Studios. That's Steve Miller, Hugin Lord. I sent him. He didn't respond yet. And that's I think that's everybody. I think there's a few more people on my email list that I didn't include to this yet. But again, these people said yes. I don't have any pages yet, and I have 5 scripts already.
Yeah,
and we have 6 months, so I got 30 yeses, but we'll see what actually happens.
Yeah, I'm gonna get to work on mine this week. I'll send it to you this week for sure because I'm excited about it. I want to enter KSS. What did KSS say? He says, stop fighting with me, Lozmat, you jerk. Why are you always breaking the rules? You're not a creator, Kissy. I'll fight with you because you're not a creator. I'm not breaking the rules that way. So,
ladies and gentlemen, I hear fighting. I think Lozmat's out of the project. I just said no fighting, didn't I?
Damn it! No, don't listen to KSS. He's a usurper. He's trying to sabotage me. But Tilson has a question for you. He says, will this book have limits on the number of pages, or can it go forever if enough people get involved?
Well, here's the thing. I only thought like 6 or 7 people were going to respond. I got 30 people right then and there. That's 30 times 3. That's 90 pages right there, plus my 5 pages introduction, my 3 or 4 pages closing. Oh, can this be 100 pages? So I make more than one issue. You know what I mean? A big floppy trade paperback is going to be huge, but maybe down the road, who knows? I will say this: anybody who submits 3 pages, follows the rules, there will be in the digital edition. The print edition, I'm sorry, I don't want to sound like I'm gatekeeping, but there has to be some sort of professionalism. You know what I mean? Like if your art is up to snuff, your story's up to snuff, you'll be in the print edition. Now, will there be one? Because I was like, is this even going to happen? Now I'm wondering, is there going to be 1 issue, 2 issues, or 3 issues? So, And what I'm excited about, because I was just talking with Phil Diaz, we can make like connecting covers. You know what I mean? We could make like a game out of it. Remember in Marvel in the 80s they had that banner with all the characters?
Yes.
Maybe a banner of all the characters, and then we could slap that, and then you could make like portraits like that. There's a million things. There's infinite possibilities in the Crisis on Independent Earth. Now, like Eric July, I think Eric July said no, or somebody who repped Eric July said he's not interested in doing work with other people. So,
okay,
I invited him. Yeah, he said no. Now and he says, "I wish you luck," and I'm looking forward to this. So,
I mean, you never know. This could take off, and then more people want to do another version.
I'm excited. I cannot believe the runs. This was something that I was discouraged about a month ago.
Yeah.
And now this is literally what I've been doing. I was up till 4:00 in the morning on the telephone with people.
Yeah.
You know, what can we do? How can we do this? You know, what are the rules? I got people that, like John Douglas makes novels. He's going to make comic book pages. Hide it. You know, Yang Yao Zhao makes Dungeons and Dragons stuff. He's going to take a story. Peter Gilmore is going to draw it, and they're going to do a story from his Dungeons and Dragons. I think this is fun. I'm excited.
Good. I'm glad. And I
can't believe this. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to be in a comic book with Josh Howard and Chuck Dixon. You know what I mean? What I'm just a freaking nerd. You know,
I was just telling people that I'm going to be in a comic book with Chuck Dixon, you know, and I tell them, no, he's not doing my story, but we're going to be in the same book together. Like that, I'm like, damn, that's
right.
I've come to that point now. Yeah.
And like I said, per Berg.
Yes.
You know what's funny is people like, go. You're friends with Mark Miller. Go get Mark Miller. So I wrote to Mark Miller. Know when he's going to say no, but you never know. You know.
Yeah.
He messaged me back an hour and said, "John, that sounds so exciting." He goes, "But I don't make comics anymore. I make movies and TV." He's under contract. You know. He goes, "In 2 years, contact me back in 2 years. We'll do something." So
so then
you know what I mean?
His comic book with Narwhal was the last comic book he did for now. Then, right? Is that what I'm understanding? The Vatican City?
No, he's got something that's coming out right now. He's got. I think he's got a few already lined up. That'll probably last 2 years.
Gotcha.
You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, totally. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm excited, man. And so, honestly, this is the kind of thing that
I can't.
This is the kind of thing people
I'm turning on my iPad. So.
Gotcha. Yeah. This is the kind of thing that people want to hear about. Like they want to have this kind of conversation. Like this is what the CG Kings United book should have been. It should have been all these exciting characters coming together.
You know, I had my problems with CG, but that's in the past now. If this is open to CG, if they want to join, follow the rules. There, you know what I mean? I had one guy from CG come in, and I think he just wanted to start a fight with me. I'm not mentioning names.
Right.
I was nothing but super polite. He didn't get the trash cash material that he wanted.
Right.
If he shows the DMs, he's going to show that I was nothing but polite, and he's still to join if he can follow the rules. And no, I'm not talking about EBS. No, stop that rumor before it starts.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, and I wouldn't want you to like.
But you know, like I said, and I know for a fact within the names that I mentioned, there's guys that don't get along. I don't want to hear it. You know, if you want to drop out because so and so's in, then that's on you. This is a fun project, and I think anybody who doesn't want to be in it because they don't get along with Phil Moskowitz is hurting themselves.
Yeah. No, I know I agree with 100%, and that could be a good way to like instill a discipline of being as you would say being professional and not fighting. So that's a good idea. It really is. I think that's I'm looking forward to it. I really am, and I'm gonna get to work on that my contribution, and I'll get it to you this week.
Yeah, but Mark Polton already started art.
Nice.
You know, so Mark Polton already started. I got about 6 scripts already. Mm-hmm. The reason why I'm asking to see your scripts, is because there's 30 guys and there's a common premise already. There was 6 stories that were exactly the same, and I'm trying to avoid that.
Gotcha. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, I got the information. I go here. That's just what this guy did. That's what this. So it's try to make it unique to your universe. Like you get information somehow. There's something in the way, and then you get to where you got to go. There's a million different ways. And if you know, like I told Dave when I told Dave Brink, he's like, I was like, yeah, Dave, I really want you to be part of it. Is 3 pages too hindering? Because Dave is super talented. I trust him.
Yeah.
And he goes, no, 3 pages is the challenge. I'm on it. That guy's and I bet you, without insulting anybody, Dave's 3 pages are going to be some of the 3 best pages in the book.
Oh yeah,
so
yeah.
That's the challenge.
I mean, that challenges me. So I'm like,
I don't know what else to say, and I can't hear you, so I can't answer questions. I'm looking at the chat.
no, I was saying that I'm challenged. By
Somebody
that
says Andy Smith might be open to it if he seems. Yeah, Andy Smith is a great guy. Anybody is welcome to do this. This is a love letter to comic books itself.
Yeah, no, I agree, and I'm gonna approach it in that fashion. So, it'll be a nice challenge for me. But yeah,
Right.
I'm excited, and I think people in the chat are too. They're asking questions about it already, which is good. That means that's
Yeah.
exactly
What questions? Read some questions.
Okay, let me see. Let me. Okay, you talked about Andy Smith already. Vinziga says he agrees with you about moving on from CG drama. I know moving on
Yeah.
from it, so he agrees with you on that. Okay, so Tilsil asks, will there be a campaign for this book?
See, this is what I'm nervous about. Everybody is interested and everybody's working until money gets involved. Now, I'm putting in 15 pages. Everybody else is putting in 3 pages. I'm asking, would anybody be upset if I did a crowdfund campaign after the book is made to recoup my 15 pages? Because I said everybody's going to get the files, and you could sell this. So when you sell Roadwarrior Drake, put this as an add-on. When you go to a convention, throw copies on your table. For your 3 pages, I don't know what you cost. You do everything yourself. You could sell this for $5 and make I profit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You could sell this for $10 because it's going to be, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't want to start a war. If I do a crowdfund for this, will people be like, that greedy bastard? He just took my, and now he's, you know what I mean? So that's what I'm trying to avoid.
Yeah, that's
a good question. It is a good question. Yeah. So my answer is I don't know. My solution is what I think is when I do Patriarch #1, I'll sell it as an add-on. Everybody involved is welcome to do whatever you want. You want to do a crowdfund with it, you do a crowdfund. But people are going to be like, well, John did it first, so everybody bought it from him. And I don't want anybody to fight about money. Now, I know a couple people, well, John's long box is broke. I'm not broke. I'm doing pretty damn good. I could afford not to make any money off of this. So, but I would like to recoup what I put into it and put that money towards the next comic book. So I don't know what to do, is the honest answer.
Let me offer you this advice. First of all, speaking for myself, I'm okay with contributing pages to you, and you make your money off of the crowdfund. So I am giving you free license to use Roadwarrior Drake for your crowdfund. So I'm not gonna bust your chops over it. You said I can print it on my own and sell it like my pages at a con. So we're good with that. I would talk to other creators and make sure that they are aware what your expectations are, so that they're on board with you and get it in writing.
I'm gonna do a video. I'm gonna do a video and an announcement and the rules and stuff like that, and literally ask people, this very question. So I just want to get it out there.
Yeah.
This has gotten bigger than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
So I'm excited. And unfortunately, when things get bigger, you're going to have more eyes on you. And then you're going to have more people counting other people's wallets and stuff. So I want to be as transparent as possible. I'm putting 5, 8, about 11 pages in. Yeah. And I have to pay an artist, pay a colorist, pay a letter. And I'm going to be doing all the pre-press.
Yeah.
So if you're going to complain about 3 pages, and I'm doing the pre-press, I'm doing 11 pages, then this, quite frankly, isn't the project for you.
So I think you should add that. You should add that in the list of rules for the creator, so that they are, because it can get muddy if it's not put in writing. So you can put it in writing and say this is what it is. If you don't agree to it, that's fine. We don't have to work together, but I appreciate you even thinking about working with me, something like that.
Right. And one of the things I would like to do is anybody involved in this project make a chat group.
Okay.
And in that chat group, I'm going to just give the progress. I'm going to, make the files available. I'll do everything like that. And anybody starts any freaking fighting in this chat group, you're out. I can't stress enough. This is not a fighting.
Yeah.
I don't care if your worst enemy from X group comes in. What is that Munden's bar where nobody's allowed to fight? You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. Right.
That
you talk about the Continental from Matrix? I mean, not Matrix. John
Continental.
John
This is the Continental. That's what I'm going to call the chat group, the Continental.
Yes.
No fighting.
Yes. Yeah. It's a great idea.
Because quite frankly, I was going to quit comics because the fighting got so bad. It was no fun. And then I just stopped. I didn't stream for a little while. I worked a lot of overtimes, and I missed you guys. I missed talking about comics and everything. Mm-hmm. And then luckily I had a couple of streams already scheduled, and I came back, and I'm like, you know what? Screw the guys who are making it negative. And in January, I left every group that I was in. I left every group chat. I left every Discord because it just evolved into fighting. And a couple of I don't hate anybody. Take it back one person, but I just don't want to fight with anybody. I don't want to fight. I want to read about Spider-Man beating up Mysterio. That's it. Can't we all just read about Mysterio and Spider-Man and talk about Plastic Man is stretching better than Mr. Fantastic? That's it. Why do we have to fight about that? It's so stupid. I
agree. I wish that was a discourse. We're just arguing about nerd crap, like which character can do this and that, and I wish that was the case. But
I want to do a video, maybe another week, and then I'm going to give a cutout because it's getting too big. I honestly didn't expect this reaction, so I have to stop it before it gets a beast. But anybody who submits is going to go into the digital file, and then anybody can do that. And then when you get the files, you could do whatever you want with them. You want to cut out, that would be mean, but you know what I mean? You can make it smaller to handle it, whatever you want to do. And you own it. But keep in mind, you don't own Alasmat's characters. You don't own my characters. And, like a couple of guys were really serious. Like, is anybody else going to draw my characters? The answer is no. See, that's the beauty of this thing. It's plug and play. Right. If Alasmat drops out, it's really not going to change the story,
right?
Because you know what I mean. I don't want to give away
like an anthology story kind of thing.
It's anthologies, but it's not really. It is an anthology, but it's not an anthology. It's a team up.
Yeah.
But you stay within your universe. This threat is a tentacle that goes out everywhere.
Yeah.
But this guy doesn't even know that this guy's involved. And this guy doesn't know that this guy's involved. And this guy doesn't know what this guy is involved. Okay. And then through the intersect, this amalgamation attacks the enemy. And you know what I mean? So there's going to be a creature at the end that is a mesh of all of our characters. And I can't draw that until I know who's participating. Right. So that will literally be the last thing made. That will hold it up, if anything else. And then, so it'll be like this Hindu god with 3 heads and 6 arms and everything. It'll have a duck bill on one of the faces and fangs on another face. You know what I mean? And I recognize my character. And that thing will fight the ultimate enemy, kind of like the eternal champ. I know I'm giving it away, but really the story is not the point. The point is all of us working together. You know what I mean? It's like a meta comic. It's all of our characters working together to solve a problem, but it's really all of us.
Gotcha. Okay.
To remember that it's about comic books.
Yes.
Am I being sappy? Yeah, I guess I'm a sappy old man. My wife says I'm turning into dad, who is a very sappy old man. So,
but no, the chat is excited. The chat's excited about it. Let me go back here. Yeah.
Why isn't this over yet? Carol Cullis says.
Yeah. No, the chat's excited. The chat is really excited about what you're promoting. So they're having their say of it, and Woodrow, he's definitely excited about it. I think he describes it fairly well. He says it's in between anthology and crossover, but it's neither.
Right. You both read the script.
Yes. Jabba the Cuck says, "Do you really want a duck raped hero in your book?" So, those the Jabba. He's a terrorist. We despise Jabba. So.
Al, that's Matt. Just a little more standard in this book, okay?
What's up? Oh, okay. Yeah. So
I'm messing with you. I'm messing with
oh,
you.
gotcha. Meme Woodrow says it's beautifully
Yeah.
meta. He calls it beautifully meta. So yeah, yeah. No,
Yeah.
I'm excited about it.
Woodrow gets. He sent me his pitch.
Okay. All right. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna study the script even more, right?
Until
So
Chill says they will 100% be fighting in the chat. Then they're done.
Yeah. So
Then they're done. Then they're excised. And if you hate me, you hate me. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. No, it's good you're putting the hammer down on that one. That might be a good way to get people to start. Like, you know what? We gotta get back to what made this thing happen, which is just getting our work done and not getting into these parasocial issues that result in us fighting. So yeah. So yeah.
and for the clip channels, when I do my stream announcing this and talking about it, feel free to clip me. I know I got mad at people, but you know what I mean. This is also part of the reconciliation.
Unfortunately, the clip channels
I want
won't
to
clip
get this
this
message out.
Yeah, unfortunately, they won't clip this because it's boring to them. They want the drama, so they don't actually want comic book talk that can get people actually excited.
This is anti-drama.
Yes, yeah. No, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. I think it's a great idea.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I think it's a lot of fun. And
yeah.
I don't know what else to say. I'm trying. This was just what I hoped for. Was me and my friends were going to play together, right? You remember when you're a little kid, you wanted all your friends to play together.
Oh,
you
yeah.
wanted all your friends on the same team.
Yeah,
that's what I wanted. So I got all my friends. If you know my channel, you know who the guys I talk about all the time. They're all in it.
Yeah.
And it's funny because one of the guys hates the concept, but he wants to participate because he likes the idea. So he's having his characters in it, but not in it. I can't explain it, and I don't want to give it away because it's so funny. He thought I was going to be. He thought that I thought that he was making fun of it. No, it works with his character. I just I don't know. I'm tickled pink by the response. I know I'm supposed to say I'm humbled, but I'm up humbled. I'm like, you know what I mean? Oh my God, you know what I mean? It's humbled, and you try to do something, and nobody responds. You humble. This and like I said, I emailed Chuck Dixon, and then I went upstairs to wash my coffee pot. And then I was gonna make coffee. When I came down, there was a script, and Chuck said, "Sorry, I was so slow."
Damn. Yeah. Tilso asks. He asks, "Will creators be allowed to repurpose their free pages for another book?" I think you answered it, but I don't know if you want to read.
Absolutely. You own it. You own it. You don't own other people's pages. You own the book.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But my characters are my characters. Your characters, your character. There's going to be a disclaimer, and that's one of the things I want to put in the group chat. I want to make a disclaimer so that everybody's happy, because there's always going to be one guy like, "You're going to steal my characters." No, I got enough characters. I don't. Yeah. I don't need to steal your characters.
We got Bats in the chat. Bats is also he's writing also.
Bats, yeah, Bats just and if I forgot to eat, because a bunch of people I invited. If I didn't invite you, it's either because I don't have your contact information, or quite frankly, I'm old and I forgot. Everybody is invited. You are invited, even if you don't know it yet. You're invited.
Wait, Bat says, "I'm doing a story about a super-powered beast that blazes through a wasteland with a shotgun and has a bill for a mouth." Hey, wait a second. That sounds familiar. I think I'm gonna have to fight with Bats now. We're both gonna be disqualified. Damn it, Bats! You were the chosen one of all the people. Sorry. Yeah. Wait, KSS has a comment. So let me read KSS's comment, because he'll call me a jerk if I don't. He says, "I call Elasmat all ass mad. That's the most clever insult, and Elasmat and my fighting is just a shtick." No, don't tell people that, KSS. Not think I think we actually get along. Damn it! Shit, you didn't hear that, by the way, John. You didn't hear
that. No, Till still says comics need sappiness. There's a difference between emotion and schmaltz. I'm not trying to be schmaltz. To me, schmaltz is like false emotion. I don't know. I don't know if I'm like in the minority here, but I'm just tired of the fighting. The world sucks right now. Like, we're being invaded. We're at war. taxes are insane. Like, do we
Mhm.
need comic books? Like, you know what I mean? Star Wars sucks. Star Trek sucks. All the cartoons suck. Do we have to make our comics suck too? Like Marvel and DC. I know Marvel's getting a little better. I know DC's turning around, but like how we all came to the indie scene because we wanted to build something. And then what do? We're like monkeys in a zoo throwing shit at each other.
Yeah.
This guy hates this guy. This guy was my best friend. And then he betrayed me. And this guy. And, you know, enough's enough.
Yeah.
Enough. Let's make a comic book together.
Sounds like a
You know?
plan. I'm
And
all
a lot of talent, man. There is a lot of talent.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
let's dip our nuggets in this talent sauce that we got over here. You know, and I'm nobody. I'm absolutely nobody, and I'm honored that everybody is giving me such an overwhelming response. Ask my wife; she's sick of how happy I am.
Damn. Wow. Okay. But
You know what I mean? She
Yeah. I think you underestimate.
anybody who's married knows exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah. No, I get it. But I think you underestimate exactly how this could be a good thing.
That sauce
and that's
says
why-
it's pretty original. Cool, thank you. He read the script. KSS says, "What if there was a cannibal party?" Oh, I thought that was it. All right. I don't still alive.
Yeah. If
I talked
cut-
enough.
No. Yeah. If
I'm
I
gonna
cut
go.
off, if I jump off, the chat can still hear you, so you're good. But yeah. So I think you're underestimating how good this is going to be for a lot of people because they definitely want this kind of excitement again. So I think once you start having pages submitted and start showing some artwork, people are gonna be like, oh wow, this is a
Oh,
thing
yeah.
and it's actually exciting. So yeah. So,
Yeah, right. Everybody's got talking dreams, you know.
Yeah. So
I got a bunch of scripts. Like I said, Mark Polton's guy already started drawing.
yeah.
You know, I don't know what else to say. Like, there is a lot of excitement. I dare say, I'm calling it right now. This is going to be the most exciting thing this year.
Nice. Yeah, I'm looking forward. I guess I'm looking forward
And
to
I'm
it.
I'm anticipating for the naysayers to swarm in and attack because, quite frankly, that's all they got.
Yeah,
You know, but
and-
they're
and,
invited too. They're invited too.
I mean, it'd be good if they did participate. You know, like even like people like Graham Nolan could, if he participated, that'd be good. Billy Tucci. I don't know if he said Billy Tucci. If he reached out to you.
I didn't reach out to Billy Tucci, but I really should, you know. But anybody is invited, even the
Yeah.
people that you know who I'm talking about. They are talented. They
Right.
got talent, and that's the most frustrating thing. Is it's an insult to their talent that they're not making more stuff.
Yeah.
You know, so this is an invitation. Let's make stuff. Let's make stuff. You
Yeah.
know,
No.
and I don't know what else to say with, you know,
Yeah.
repeating
No, I
myself.
think you've given
People
enough of a
accuse me
pitch
of
that
repeating myself all the time.
you've given enough of a pitch that people are very excited about. Oh wait, I'm off again. Okay. Yeah, I think you've given enough of a pitch that people are very excited. So I think at this point now it's let's see some stuff that some like artwork or what have you coming out. So that now becomes the next step for people to be excited about this.
Yeah, I see in the chat they're mentioning people who aren't invited. They're invited. I just didn't contact them because half the people just saw my tweet and asked, "Can I join?"
Yeah.
You know, a couple of people that I thought never in a million years would want to join me, you know, so they asked. So anybody, if you know somebody who you think would be a good fit for this, you mention it. Tell them, you know what I mean. I've already people like gatekeep the hell out of this. I'm gatekeeping the hell out of this in my own way. My gatekeeping is you got to be a comic book maker. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
not. And you gotta and you gotta follow the 3 rules. No fighting, follow the script, submit the work on time. Because the date 6 months and 1 day, you're out.
Mhm.
Because you want to be a pro, pros produce. I think 2 pages a month is generous. One of the original guys is already mad at me, friendly mad at me, not mad, because he said October at the latest. You know, so what are we? August, September, October, November, December. So and then at the end of January, I'm hoping that we like start assembling the pre-press. You know what I mean? If you think you're a comic book guy and you can't do 3 pages in 6 months, then dude, this isn't for you. This isn't for you. Jack Kirby was doing 6 freaking books a month, and you can't do 2 pages a month. And again, I'm not trying to be insulting. I'm just saying, you profess your love for this craft.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Let's do it. And that's not an attack, buddy. That's not a slam. I'm just saying,
right.
I got to be realistic, because you know how it is. If I don't give a deadline, people are not gonna.
No, you got to give a deadline. You absolutely got to give a deadline. So that's a good idea. You know.
Yeah. So maybe I don't know. Maybe Thursday. I don't know, maybe I'll think about it. But maybe Thursday I'll actually do a Crisis on Indie Earth.
Yes.
Stream and on my channel that's not cutting out. And everybody's welcome to ask whatever questions. In fact, all questions are welcome, because that'll help me hash out details that I didn't think about.
That would be awesome. Yeah, but once you get that live stream going, let me know. I'll send the link out, and I'll get people in there. And we're gonna build
I'll tell you right now.
Yeah.
This is your next documentary.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. Yeah, absolutely. You know what?
Right.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah. No. 100%. 100%. Yes.
So there you go. The beginning of this documentary to when Roadwarrior Drake gets kicked out of this comic book. There you go. The story of the fall of the duck. How's that?
A crossover that's done right. I'm looking forward to that. Yes. All right. I'm gonna.
But I'm gonna get going. I'm gonna go to bed.
All right. I appreciate you coming on. This was great. Thanks for coming on and
yeah.
sharing
If anybody's interested, you know, my email is johnslongbox@yahoo.com. You could reach me at Twitter. And go to my channel, John's Longbox, at YouTube. Ask questions in the comments. And if I may, my Heroic Tales Christmas special is complete. It's complete, and it's just ready to go to print. I'm ordering a proof this week. And back it. Can you believe that my comic book is complete before the campaign is even done? 2 complete stories. King Fu, the dramatic view of King Fu.
Yeah, I posted. It should be coming up, but I posted the link to John's Twitter. So if anybody wants to follow him and get some information, there it is, right there in the chat. He's at Zenturian2000 on Twitter.
Yes, and like I said, there's a guy last night. I was on the phone with him till 4:00 in the morning. You know, helping him out. Yeah, that's how dedicated I am to this. You know,
nice, yes.
And I'm also on vacation at the time, but you know. Yeah, so there you go. No BS, just a fun comic book. And just imagine a year from now, you're at a comic book convention with a thick old comic book that includes art from freaking Josh Howard and you know, stories from Brian Christow. If you guys haven't read Six Gun Gorilla, I urge you to read that comic. You know what I mean? Great writers, great art. Mark Polton is gonna be freaking girls driving monster trucks, beheading zombies. Don't you want this? Oh my God, I want this, and I'm in it.
I'm totally psyched for it. I really am.
Yeah. So please, I urge you, support Heroic Tales Christmas special. Quite frankly, I could need the support on Kickstarter. It didn't hit the funding goal yet, and the comic's complete. So there's really no loss. You're gonna get it. All right, but I'm gonna go.
I appreciate you coming on. Thanks for coming on.
No problem. You got me at the last second, right before bed. Thanks.
Nice.
Bye bye.
Okay. All right. Take care. All right. So there you go. That was John's Longbox, and yes. So if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. But yes, I am in that book, and well, Drake will be, and I'm gonna be working on the script based on the guidelines he sent out. I'm excited for it, and yeah, this book will come out. There's a deadline for it, thankfully, so there'll be no incredible wait time for it. KS says, I had to change the names at Cow Colors. The Cleavers are in public domain. Should I make them the Martin family? Albert Martin and his wife May. May Martin? May Martin doesn't sound... Kissy. Just stop. You're ruining my conversation. We were having a good conversation about something, and you're completely usurping it about a conversation we had about 3 hours ago. We already passed the leave it to Beavers, okay? We've gone past the Beavers. We're now talking about crossover comic books. And crossover is done right. Shit, now that I think about it, I got to do 2 documentaries on the CG Kings United, because the CG Kings United was going to be one part of the documentary regarding like the Kings, because I was also going to include that with the backing throw and the For the Fans Fetish Fest. But now if we do this crossover, now I got to make a separate documentary showing the failure of the CG Kings book versus this book, and yeah, that's hmm, interesting. Interesting, but he's right. I am gonna have to do a video on this because it does need to be documented. Like the amount of people that's gonna be in it, the names, because even people like Rich Ayala, who's got a following with Roach Balls, like that's pretty big. Phil Diaz, um, Bats, who was in the chat earlier. By the way, me and Bats may be working together on his contribution. He asked me, and you know, I'm excited about that, along with the Roadwarrior Drake story. So it's crazy, ain't it? But yeah. So this is like you know what this reminds me of, right? It reminds me a little bit of Heavy Metal, the movie, the animated movie, with that orb that connects all the stories together. So there's definitely some central element that connects all the stories together, all the characters together, even though they never meet up, but they kind of work together. So yes, I'm looking forward to it. April, March, KSS. We're done talking about Leave It to Beaver. Get with the program. Okay, why is Kissifus and Colorform having a separate conversation? Did you not hear from my guest that was here today? You damn Colorform. Flippy and Kissy. Now Kissifus is yelling at me. He says, Eliza, I'm talking about my Leave It to Beaver story. You jerk! They have secret cannibals living next door. Stop snooping in my private story. Plotting with Colorform, you jerk. You're in my chat, Kizzy. Well, you can't in my chat. It's my property, my IP. I own it. Mind my business, color. No, you mind yours, Colorform. I don't succumb to the Fermita cult. I told you that. I do not bow to Fermita. Wait, do I have internet of the poor? My internet should be fine. It should be fine. Yeah, it's fine. There's nothing wrong with my internet. Maybe John's Longbox, because what happened with the Longbox interview was that because I opened up StreamYards, because I didn't even know he was on Discord. He might not be on Discord, but he did have a Discord. He may not be on it now, but if he was, I would have had him come on the Discord and we could have had a conversation there. It would have been probably better, but um, because I had him go on the StreamYard, right? So the StreamYard was taking my microphone along with the OBS, so it was creating connectivity issues on my end, but he was still audible. It jumped on some spots, but I was able to hear him, which means that it came across well in the OBS. It should have anyway. But he's going to do a video on this anyway at some point, so I'm going to hear the whole thing in terms of like what his idea for the comic is and the expectations that he has for the creators. So stay tuned for that. That'll be a fun thing. Oh, and I would so love, I would so love for Richard C. Meyer to say something about this because he's already targeted John Zongbox before, and I did a video on that exposing Richard C. Meyer on that. So I'll be curious if he does anything about that. I hope he does because I would totally do a video on that because he's a moron, and he's not in the book, so I could say that about Richard C. Meyer. He's a moron. Why are you yelling at me, Kansas? I'm not fighting with Colorform. I'm not fighting with you. You're creating the story. Great. I can comment on it because you're making it public. And I can give you my expert opinion because I'm a comic book professional. And by me giving you my opinion, it will validate your story, Kizzy. You can use that as a a review or a blurb for your book. You can put it in there and say, so and so is good. Oh, how's that? But you don't think that way because you're too in the box. You don't know how to take risks, Kizzy. You can't take risks, Kizzy. You should take more risks. I didn't break John's rules because you're not officially in the book, Kizzy. You're not officially in the book, Kizzy. Yeah, my Roadwarrior thing looks pretty dope. Yes, I can toot my own horn. I'm allowed to. But yeah, there is the one of these stipple panels for Drake. Here's the other one where he punches the guy in the face. Yeah, gives him like a little backhanded fist punch. So that's pretty dope. I like it. So that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I like it. Um, color form as well. No, don't wow me, color form. Don't wow me. Okay? I know your wiles. I know your tricks. Don't wow me. Ken says, as a Richard C. Myers says something, fives of tens of people will see it. That's true. His audience is very tiny, so you know, that is a good point. Very very tiny audience for sure. Um, I had two more panels to stipple, but I won't do it tonight because it's almost 12 o'clock. So I've already been streaming for almost four. Holy crap, 3 hours and 50 minutes. It doesn't feel like 3 hours and 50 minutes, but look, it took 4 hours to stipple 2/3 of the page. So it's like an hour and a half for each part of the page. So, but I like how this looks. And I can't wait to scan it in so that I can, refine it a little bit and then add the lettering and the sound effects. That's gonna be cool. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. This is gonna be dope. I'm really looking forward to this. I'm very very excited about the Stipple book, the Roadwarrior Stipple. So, yeah, that looks really dope. I like that. So between this, Pumpkin War Patch, and Battle King Roadwarrior Drake, and now John's on box's book, The Crisis on Indie Earths. Drake's slate is covered for quite a bit. So, Roadwarrior Drake making moves. Okay, I'm going to stop this for now. But before I do that, let me go ahead and quickly plug. Hold on one second. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to take this opportunity, before we end the stream, to plug the hardcover for Street Champion Roadwarrior Drake, the anniversary edition. And if you didn't get it already, this has the graphic novel Street Champion Roadwarrior Drake, Drake's first book, and beautifully formatted. It's a wonderfully fun story. There's some insanely crazy art, but it works for the story. Sometimes I look at it and I'm like, okay, this is actually not bad. I don't know what people's problems with it is. I like it. So, and then of course you got 30 pages plus of extra material about the making of the book, as well as some artwork that I did since the making of the book, some extra artwork. This drawing that I did on Well Red Stream. There's also where is it? Some unused artwork that didn't make it into the final cut of the book, but I thought it was cool enough to add into the supplemental. So there's that. And then the Stipple drawing that I did of Drake from a live stream not too long ago. This right here, which I think I may use as a cover for Storytime Stipple, or Stipple Storytime #1. So you'll get that in here. So there's a lot of good material in this book. In the back, you got the Roadwarrior Drake that I drew back in 1998. This is a 28-year-old drawing, and it's finally now being published and printed for the market. It's insane that a drawing that I did in 1998 is now going to be sold. I'm excited about that. This is awesome. Critical Blast is doing the publishing of it, so they did a great job putting it together. So I'm looking forward to have this book in your hands. Colorform says he wore that shirt. This is a different shirt, colors. A different shirt. Don't send me while I'm promoting my book. Don't do that. Don't be that. Oh, you are that person. Don't be that person though, even though you are. But why are you people talking about the shirt that I wear when I'm talking about the book that I'm promoting? Actually, where did everybody go? Why am I only seeing Colorform and Kissy?
Oh my gosh, something.
There's 13 people watching, and I only see Colorform and Kissy typing. 13.
Wow.
Yeah, it's almost late, so and we're winding down, but making waves and bringing tears to people's eyes with your onion, bo, you filthy animal. I took a shower today. I took a shower today. I smell clean. I smell roses and fresh palm olive. Okay, you know nothing about nothing, Chizzy.
Yes.
But yes, you can get this book. The link to get this book is on your Amazon pinned message. Click on that pinned message. It'll take you to the Amazon so you can get a copy of this book. Wonderfully bound, beautiful hardcover. And on that note, I'm going to call it a stream today. But thank you for everybody who joined and became a part of this historic stream. It's historic, and I say this, so F you if you don't think it is. But yeah, thank you for coming in, and I want you all to have a good night, except for Kissy and Colorform, because you ruined my night with this public private conversation that had nothing to do with what I was talking about. Nothing. But you want to make it about you, because God forbid it ain't about Colorform. You can't have Colorform come into a chat without making it about Colorform. For Cole can't just not grow, can it? It can't not grow, right? No, you gotta do your thing your way, every day, all the time. How many great making wave shirts did you get from the Salvation Army? Fire, Kaiser! Fire! Fire! Goodbye, people.